Usual gang of misfits and dope addicts are here.
Because on this day,
in 1954, Neil Tennant, English singer and songwriter of the Pet Shop Boys, was born in North Shields, Northumberland, which sounds very British. Northumberland.
It's actually in Africa, Gina.
Is it?
I know it sounds British, but that's no.
Painfully British, Neil Tennant.
One of the nicest interviews I ever did. It was a telephone interview, but I years ago interviewed Neil Tennant, and he was just great. And we discovered that we both loved a band from the '60s, of which his music sounds nothing like, really. I think. But
Which band?
The Incredible String Band, and they were British, kind of hippy dippy, folky. Actually, the Pet Shop Boys sounds a bit like Incredible String Band, except way more processed and coherent. And I loved the Incredible String Band.
Way more coherent.
more
Yeah,
coherent.
the Incredible
Coherent?
The Incredible String Band music, their lyrics were all over the place, and
They were probably on the drugs.
yeah. I think maybe they were
did
on
the
the drugs. Yeah, they were doing the drugs.
They're on the drugs. You do the drugs.
It was two guys and two girls, and I can't remember their names, except one of the girls' names was Licorice. So
That wasn't her real name. So
I
it's
think
drugs.
not. Probably not. It was the drugs.
I don't know what my drug name would be if I picked my name on drugs.
It would be Gina.
By myself, and I'm thinking what could be wrong.
This is a great song, Hedgehog
When
song.
this funny little hedgehog comes running up to me and it starts up to sing me this song.
This is pretty here.
Oh, you know all the words and you sung all the notes, but you never quite learned the song she sung. I can tell by the sadness in your eyes that you never quite learned the song.
I'm not allowed to sing along with songs I like, but Bill can. Bill's
You
allowed.
should find the song "Log Cabin Home in the Sky" by Incredible String Band. You would really like that song, I think, Carrie. It's but they sing kind of off key sometimes intentionally. Hear the how.
I know. It's painfully folky.
Yeah. Here's the refrain. I like this though.
I can smell the song.
Winter is nigh, let us fly to my log cabin home in the sky. Winter is nigh, let us fly to my log cabin home in the sky. You
Why
see
does
there,
this make me
hippy-dippy.
think of really dirty feet?
You'd be correct.
Yep, Gina, you're right. Your
Filthy
drug
black
your
bottom
drug name is Gina. But you're right. There is one of their album covers. I think it's "The Hangman's Beautiful Daughter" is the name of that album. And as I recall, they're all sitting in a tree, and they're all barefoot.
See?
Now their feet in the picture, their feet are not dirty or smelly.
Oh, they're filthy.
I don't.
I know they're filthy.
You never had any fun in your life, did you?
Nope. But my feet are clean.
Well, bully for you.
That was the worst part of that Once Upon a Time in Hollywood movie. There were a lot of dirty feet in the movie.
It's not really something I focused on in that movie.
No, like Margot Robbie's at the movie theater and she puts her feet up, like on purpose, and they're just black on the bottom of her feet.
Gina,
she's
it was a
walking
different
around
time.
Barefoot.
It was a different
There weren't
time.
shoes in the 60s.
It was a different time.
She was living on Manson's farm. Okay, I think
No,
that's
Margot
why.
Robbie wasn't.
Oh, Margot
Margot
Robbie. Oh,
Robbie.
okay. I was thinking it was one of the
Oh, they had Dirty
acolytes.
Manson feet. The other girls.
Dirty Manson feet. No, Margot
Good
Robbie.
name. That'd be a good name for a band, don't you think? Dirty Manson Feet.
It might be my sign off today. We'll see.
Well, anyway,
I want to see that movie again now that you
I
mentioned it.
love that movie.
I loved it too, but I think once is enough for me. It was
It was long.
it was long, and it was vivid. I remember it very well. So it's like the only movies I want to see again are the ones that are kind of hazy in my mind. Now wait a minute, what? I got to watch that again.
So the one you started watching but you fell asleep to.
Often that's the case, yes. And I didn't fall asleep because the movie wasn't interesting. I fell asleep because, well, it's 3 o'clock in the morning when I get up. Anyway, Pet Shop Boys, an incredible string band. It's the musical hole we went down this morning here on the Radio from Hell show.
We should sponsor this musical hole.
Who would like to pay for the musical hole? Somebody, surely.
I know our friend Maddie was begging for more commercials from Bob's House of Hose.
Well, if we could get, what was it, Big Ed's Worm Farm and Internet Service, if we
wasn't it Hank's?
I can't remember now. Hank's Worm Farm and Internet Service. Hank. There are lots of things that could be sponsored on this show. Unfortunately, the proper people are not aware of those things.
And even when they are aware of it, they find a way. I'll tell you a story off the air. Thanks for reminding me.
We could be sponsoring, if you go to x96.com/live, you can see us every morning. Mm-hmm. I showed you my foot just a minute ago.
Mm-hmm. You could sponsor that live feed of the Radio from Hell show. Well, that would be ideal for a store that rents videos, for instance.
What are videos?
The video, like Video Verns or one of those stores.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Blockbuster, it'd be ideal for Blockbuster to sponsor.
Who?
It's a joke, Gina. Yeah. It's a joke. I was just because those no longer exist.
Right.
Jokes?
I think Movie Buffs is still around, but I think Movie Buffs is still around.
Let's see. Cement Dave says he's willing to pay $7.34 to sponsor Gina's Frozen camera.
Yeah, is it frozen right now?
It's not. It's moving now, but it froze earlier.
It keeps freezing.
I'll reconnect. What? See what? Look, I'm going to reconnect it right now. Live on the radio.
Don't.
You could be watching that. Now it's Ed. Hi, Ed.
Engineering department.
I don't know what people see when she on the live feed. Is that what they see?
It just goes away.
Just
now I'm back.
They don't see Ed. They just see the three of us instead of the four of us. Is that how it works?
So anyway, we ought to officially begin the program at some point here. It's 877-602-9696. What's that, you ask? Well, that's a phone number. And it's a phone number that you can use to speak to us early in the morning here. 877-602-9696. Check in. Say hey, what you doing? What's going on? We'd like to hear from you. Let us know that you're okay. We worry about you a lot of times. Mm-hmm. And so if you check in, we can say, oh, well, thank God so-and-so is out there and is still okay. So 877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We'll come back after some commercial messages and officially begin the program.
Yes. First of all, Gina, Volkswagen Southtown.
Yeah, Volkswagen Southtown. Boy, it's been fun partnering with them. Festus and I go and share cars and drive them each and want to tell you about them. And right now we have the 2020 Volkswagen Jetta. Here are some of the things I like about the Jetta. It's cute, for one thing. We've got the white one, and it's got this kind of light beige leatherette interior, which is really nice, actually, when it's hot outside, having a lighter color car. But I like the things like the blind spot monitor and the rear traffic alert. I drive on the freeway quite a bit, and having those makes me feel safer. And you could test drive one and see how safe you feel. And right now, they've got some great deals going on at Volkswagen Southtown. They have 0% APR for up to 6 years on every remaining 2020 Volkswagen, or you can get 0 payments for 4 months on any new car. Get to the Zero Zone at vwsouthtown.com, or you can just go in and see them. They're just off 106 South on the west side of I-15, vwsouthtown.com.
Good for you.
100-day-old meat?
Good for you.
We
Didn't
went-
even give you any pause at all.
Well, no, because there was lots of wine before it happened. So we went to, and I never know how to say it. It's either Veneto or Veneto.
How do you spell it?
Veneto.
Veneto.
But I think it,
you're
but I think it might be
Italian. You
Veneto.
Should, no, it's
I don't-
Veneto. Veneto.
And Joe said it's the best meal he's ever eaten in Salt Lake, and he's eaten a lot of good meals. It's mostly lost on me because cheese, and I'm dumb. But the owner Marco came out and he said, "I want to give you this 100-day aged T-bone. You know, has the New York strip on one side and the fillet on the other, and it's so big the whole table can share it."
Wow.
And he brought it out to the table, like before he cooked it, just to show us.
Raw meat right here.
Yeah, and it looked like you just pulled it out of the meat counter. It was red, and when he's telling me it's 100 days old, and then he showed us a piece of what he cut off the top of it.
And?
Which was like 2 inches of
What?
like green and white.
Or did he have that in his pocket?
No,
Did he pull it out of his pocket?
He was just holding it all together. Whatever the rind it creates on it after you leave it out.
Okay.
I wanted you. I'm telling you this so you guys
You're
would
looking
be proud
for
of me.
a pat on the back?
Yes. And he's like, "Now I'm going to go back and cook it."
Come
But
here,
I
come
just show.
There you go. All right.
So she.
I totally ate it.
She's looking for a pat on the back for eating a $50 steak. It was more than that. It was. She's looking for a pat on the back
But four people shared
eating-
it. 4 people shared
for
it.
eating a $100 steak.
And?
It was. I've never tasted anything like it.
It was that good.
And it's not. It's not even like it was steak. It was like it was a whole other
A whole other level of
thing.
You're looking for a pat on the back for leading a privileged lifestyle. Way to go!
We were 4 people that shared this one steak. It was we all just had little bits of it, but
You way to go, 1%er.
Now, we were talking a moment ago about Gina was made uncomfortable by Once Upon a Time in Hollywood when the woman put her foot up in the movie theater seats and it was dirty on the bottom. Well, I'm getting all kinds of reports that Quentin Tarantino is a foot fetishist,
yeah.
and apparently there's a shot like that in every one of his movies, so they claim.
Dirty foot shot.
I don't recall. I do recall an extensive dialogue about whether foot massage is sex or not in Reservoir Dogs. I remember that.
Yeah.
So
There could
Now
be
I-
something to it.
now I have to go and find this out to see if there is, in fact, a barefoot in every one of Quentin's movies.
I bet, Carrie, the internet, if you do foot fetish Quentin Tarantino movies, there's the supercut clip video
every
where
one,
someone has put them all together. I bet you anything. If it's a thing. If it's not a thing, then it won't be there, but
877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We'll give a random caller a Radio from Hell tote bag. Wouldn't that be nice? 877-602-9696. Check in with us. Let us know you're okay. We worry about you. We're like your mother. We are worried about you. We want to check and make sure that your hair is slicked back, that your face is washed, and that your shoes are tied. We want to, so that you're all ready to go. We'll wipe you. Call in and we'll wipe your noses for you. All right. 877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. Let's
Something on
start
your
it though.
face. Something. I'm getting it. Oh, there you go.
Oh,
There
That's
you go.
pretty exciting for the listening audience, Gina, I gotta say.
If you go to x96.com/live, you could enjoy all parts of the Radio from Hell show. And starting the show is brought to you by Dirty Manson Feet.
Okay.
There's no sponsor.
The moon is 72.8% of full. It will rise today at 11:33 a.m., today being Friday. It's the 10th day of July in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ 2020.
Dang.
And this is the radio. What's happened to your bell, Carrie?
I'm slow on my bell. I was looking up Quentin Tarantino foot fetish.
There we go.
And I've got a report.
It is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is the producer of the show. We have helping us out today Logan. We have Logan is of course Hawk in another incarnation. Skip, I believe, is here as well, and Miriam. It's National Kitten Day, National Pina Colada Day, National Car Appreciation Day. It's also National Teddy Bear Day, and Teddy Bear Picnic Day in particular. And you know the song, The Teddy Bear's Picnic? People always think that's a fun little, sweet little kid song.
No, it's creepy.
I think it's creepy. If you go down to the woods today, you're sure of a big surprise. If you go down to the woods today, you'd better go in disguise. For every bear that ever there was will gather there, because today's the day the teddy bears have their picnic. And if you go down and you're not disguised, little Jimmy, little Tommy, little Susie, those teddy bears will eat you.
Is this a kind of children's story you read to your kids when they were little?
I had a great book that I read that book to them all the time, and it was the illustrations in it were great because, like, there was one page that was just a teddy bear's face, but he was kind of grimacing at you as. And it's also National Curly Hue Day, Clara Hue Day.
Clara Hue Day?
Clara Hue Day.
What is that?
National Clara Hue Day in the United States celebrates a poem style created by Edmund Clarihue Bentley. His four-line biographical poem offers a brief though whimsical approach to poetry. Would you like to hear his
Sure.
His four-line poem, Sir Humphrey Davy abominated gravy. He lived in the odium of having discovered sodium. That's a poetic form and it has specific rules that you have to follow. And if you think about it, it actually means something. Sir Humphrey Davy discovered sodium.
Salt?
Yeah, he discovered salt, the element sodium, essentially.
This rhyming style later picked up by 1960s DJs.
Yeah.
Pumping
right, let's go.
wattage to your cottage?
Pumping wattage to your cottage. All right. Let's go to, let's see, Sarah. Hi, Sarah.
Sarah?
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, where are you calling from?
I am on my way to work right now.
Okay. What can we do for you? What
How
have you
are you
got
guys?
for us? We're fine. Are you okay?
I'm good. As best as I can be right now. You know, just going with it.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you work?
I work at Primary Children's Hospital, actually.
Oh.
That's a good thing to do. Is tough work, though, I would imagine. What do you do there?
I actually sterilize the surgery instruments for the hospital.
Oh. Well, nice.
A little
Thank you for doing that.
under the cover job.
But necessary.
Yeah.
Very necessary.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a question for you guys.
Okay.
I'm wondering when it is socially acceptable to start calling people out when they don't wear their masks in public.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
I think it depends. It depends, Sarah, on how brave you are. Really. Because generally, people, if you call somebody out for not wearing a mask, they're not going to be kind about it.
Sarah, wouldn't it be nice if there were a statewide mandate so you didn't have to call people out, that it was a
The governor
mandated
cannot
thing?
mandate things. He can't mandate statewide
Nothing at
things.
all, yeah.
No,
I mean,
can't
that's
do
why
it.
I can drive as fast as I want and not wear my seatbelt. And, I can smoke inside. And,
Do you see what we're saying, Sarah?
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I guess people don't really know how to read either, so
Yeah.
with all the
And then-
signs that
and
are
then I
out
s-
there.
And then I see these right-wing commentators saying, well, when did masks become a political statement?
when you
Your
made
guy
them,
made it from
When-
day one.
yeah, when you guys made it a political statement.
Yes.
I would like to take this moment to give a shout out to my grocery store, Harmon's,
Yes.
because they have a sign. The legislature does not understand how they're able to do this. They have a sign outside that says, you cannot come in here unless you have a mask. If you don't have a mask, we'll give you one, but you have to have a mask when you shop here. And I was shopping there yesterday, and everybody in the store had a mask, and nobody was complaining, and everything was fine. And thank you, Harmon.
Does your Harmons have a person that sits there and makes sure everybody's wearing them?
Yep.
Best thing
And make
ever.
sure the carts are sanitized.
Well, I
And
love them.
Yeah. Hey, Sarah, thank you very much. And don't call them out because they are the kind of people who will punch you.
Okay. Sounds
A lot of them
great.
are. A lot of them are
Thanks,
just. A lot of them are just looking for a confrontation because they've had enough confrontations online, and now they want to get into a real one in real life.
guys. Yeah.
All right. Thanks,
for
Sarah.
sure.
thanks, Sarah.
See ya.
Okay.
All right. We'll see you. Let's go to Porter. Hi, Porter.
Water.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey, so I guess I'll start off by telling you expressed concern for me. My hair is in fact slicked back. I have in fact washed my face, and my shoes are in fact tied.
Good boy. You're ready to start the day.
Yes.
I sure am.
All right, Porter.
Where you going, Porter?
I'm heading off to work.
Okay.
Well, thanks
have
for
a good
checking
day.
in,
Stay
Porter.
safe.
I hope it's a nice short flight to wherever you're going, because you've got your
Sounds
radio
like
on too loud and it's car's
Yeah.
noisy. So we'll see you.
Thanks,
See you
Porter.
later.
Thanks. Let's go to Tanner. Hi, Tanner.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, guys.
Yeah.
I guess just my question goes kind of along with Sarah. I mean, I very much think that if everyone was wearing their masks, then we'd be able to get to concerts and everything sooner.
Yep.
But what are you guys excited for? Hopefully, if people will actually, if the second wave and everything doesn't hit as hard or whatnot. What do you guys?
We got the question, Tanner.
Yeah.
What?
Sorry.
what I'm really hoping for is being able to run up to strangers on the street and kiss them on the mouth. That's
You've really missed doing
really miss doing that.
I want to go to dinner with my wife in a crowded restaurant or bar. Hang
I
out
want
with
to
our
go to
friends.
dinner with your wife too, Carrie.
We'll be there at 8. Join us. But I want that. But I also want to go. I want to see Black Widow in a big theater with my friends from Geek Show and sit next to them and all the in jokes we know and no one else does. And that's what I want.
I had so many concert tickets this year, more than I usually have for some reason.
Yeah.
There were just a lot of people were touring. I was so looking forward to seeing Rage Against the Machine. Every time I hear a Rage Against the Machine song, I get sad because I think I waited so long for them to get back together, and now this happened. So that's what I'm looking for.
Well, if it's any consolation, Gina, Alice Cooper predicts that the flood of new music in 2021 is going to be huge.
Yeah.
Because they have time on their hands to work on it.
Because they're just writing right now, and you can't make any money on songs just releasing them, for sale. The way they make money these days is touring, and so once it's safe to tour again, flood of new music.
And Alice Cooper has an uncanny power of being able to predict the future. So, See you later, Tanner.
I just
Thanks, Tanner.
guys as well.
Okay, well, let's take a break then, and we'll come back. How about some traffic before we do, Gina? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was looking at it a minute ago, and a friend of the program was already alerting us before I even asked for it. Thank you for doing that. Northbound off 201 on 5600 West is once again a nightmare because once again a train is stopped on the tracks. Thank you for sending that into 33986. If you see something, pass it along, and then I will pass it along. And they tell two friends, and they tell two friends, and so on.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, then we will take a break, and we will be back with Full Strength, Big Boy News, and Opinioendo coming up after these X96.
Just a quick note here, is a statistic for you. Only 1 out of 9 people say that they would donate, when they died, would donate their uterus for transplant.
Why only?
One
now,
out
are
of 9.
these people...
Only 1 out of 9 said that they would allow a family member to donate a uterus. They're doing uterus transplants in they're playing God in Russia or someplace like that.
Are these people that would donate other organs?
Yeah.
So you can have my eyes, you can have my kidneys.
Can't have my uterus.
Why?
Uterus donation, they think is. Oh, it was in Saudi Arabia. I think it was done. Doctors in Saudi Arabia. I guess they. I don't know. Okay, Gina, would you donate your uterus?
You can have whatever you want of mine when I die. Because guess what? I'm dead.
Richie's raised his hands.
I want your uterus.
You can have it, honey.
I'd keep it in a box. I'd use it for a catcher's mitt.
Please use. Everything's very well preserved.
I think people think it's just too creepy. Your uterus is well preserved?
Sure.
It's low mileage. One owner? It's a one
I
owner.
only drive it to and from church on Sunday, and that's it.
Yep. Oh, okay. Good.
Please
okay.
have it.
All right.
Take my uterus.
All right, 6:33 right now. Before we get to Full Strength, Big Boy News, and Opinioendo, the discussion about Quentin Tarantino and his foot fetish in his films has come up. So we go to the internet.
Where everything is true.
Where everything is true. Reservoir Dogs has an all-male cast, so there aren't shots displaying his fixation with feet.
Oh.
But Pulp Fiction shows Uma Thurman barefoot a couple of times. There's also the foot-massaging dialogue between Jules and Vincent. I got my movies mixed up. Jackie Brown has a close-up of feet, thanks to Bridget Fonda. There's also a close-up of Jackie Brown's feet with jewelry on the toes. Let's see. Shots are not necessarily of bare feet all the time. In Kill Bill Volume 1 and Kill Bill Volume 2 have lots of shots of feet with different shoes, as well as Uma Thurman's bare feet. Death Proof took it a bit further with Jungle Julia's leg being chopped and flying out of a car, and with stuntman Mike later on touching and licking Anthony Abernathy Ross's Rosario Dawson's feet. Inglorious Bastards has the scene with Hans Landa verifying that the shoe he found at the tavern was Bridget von Hammerschmark's, who at the same time has one foot in a cast with her toes popping out. Django and the Hateful Eight also have shots of feet, although not bare feet. Okay, so that doesn't count.
No, I think feet with shoes is...
Yeah, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Sharon Tate and Pussycat. Tate reportedly enjoyed being barefoot all the time, so he saw it as an opportunity. Dusk Till Dawn, he co-wrote, has a scene with Selma Hayek's Santanico Pandemonium, where she puts her foot on his mouth, on Quentin's mouth.
So he does have a foot thing.
He likes feet.
There's evidence.
Doesn't mean that it's a fetish. Just because you really like and appreciate something.
His best friend Brad Pitt has been joking about it for years.
And what's with you and feet?
Gina, you like spetulous, right? You don't have a fetish, do you? You just like it. Quentin Tarantino just likes feet. Doesn't mean it's a fetish.
All right. Well, let's move on then. Full strength, big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by...
Iconoclad has a variety of washable, filtered masks for adults and children. Shop online with shipping at iconoclad.com or at their walk-up window, 4th East, 3rd South in Salt Lake.
Authorities searching for Glee actress Naya Rivera have released surveillance footage of her and her son, Josie, arriving at Lake Piru in California, boarding the small boat that they rented. The boat later found with the boy alone and Naya Rivera missing. Ventura County Sheriff's Office released footage on Thursday showing her and her son arriving at the lake just hours before her disappearance. It shows Rivera pulling the boat into the parking lot and helping get Josie out of the truck, and then proceeding to the boat rental where they board the pontoon boat and head out into the lake. She is presumed dead. After the pair went into the water to go swimming, she failed to reappear, leaving Josie asleep on the drifting boat with his mother's life vest still on board and her car in the parking lot. The search for Rivera was suspended for a second night, running after darkness fell Thursday. They're saying that there is a chance that the body may never be recovered.
Really?
It's apparently a very murky lake full of plants and debris, limiting visibility to less than a foot, forcing them to use their hands. So they're just, they can dive into the water,
in the dark,
but they just feel around in the dark. They say her body may never come back up if it is entangled on something beneath the water. That's not the right story. Well, that's interesting. I had a story here about, there it is, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and basically the feeling of, so this libel suit is going on in England. He's suing tabloids for libel. She's involved. People are saying, as they observe the trial, no matter what happens, neither one of them are going to come out looking good.
No.
You're both horrible people.
Yeah. This is a lose-lose. And the more that Depp talks, it just makes it even worse for his case. Because he'll go off on a tangent that, is completely unnecessary that the other side can use.
I think he's lost a step or two somewhere along the line.
Too many years hanging out with Hunter Thompson.
The Salt Lake City officers who opened fire on Bernardo Palacios Carabal on May 23rd were, according to District Attorney Sim Gill, justified in their use of deadly force, according to Sim Gill. I happened to be watching, I saw an alert about Sim Gill giving his news conference and revealing the findings of the investigation into the shooting of Mr. Palacios Carabal, And so I turned on the television and watched, and he had video of the shooting from many perspectives. The body cams worn by the police officers. There were surveillance cameras on some warehouses in the area, and it was really hard to watch, even though it wasn't graphic in that it was black and white and kind of grainy mostly, but just you knew what was happening. Yeah. And of course, Sim Gill was describing it in excruciating detail as part of the investigation. He exonerated the two officers, saying, within the parameters of Utah law, on use of deadly force by police officers, they did not stray outside of the parameters of the law. He said, I think there needs to be a discussion about this law and how to change it.
Because they're trained to the law.
To redefine the use of deadly force. I think to many observers, and again, this gets heaped on Sim Gill.
Yeah.
Let's just say he was interpreting the law as he read it and applying it to this case.
He doesn't make the law.
I think that
That's
many
on the
people,
legislature.
I think many people watching this though think there was an awful lot of ordnance piled into the body of this kid.
There was.
There were lots. There were, what was it, 3 dozen or more. Each police revolver carries 17 rounds or something like that, and they just emptied them. They emptied them. Now, as it turns out, it appears that the kid did have a gun, and there was some feeling that he could do damage to the officers or to somebody else as he was running away. But, is there a certain point where you can stop shooting?
Yeah.
Wow. So that's, I don't know.
No, but this law needs to be looked at, and Sim's a lawyer. I mean, he knows whether he would have a case or not taking it, and it's pretty clear he saw the way that the law is written. He'd go, "There's just no way."
This is on the legislature.
It is the legislature.
Governor Herbert declared a state of emergency last night because of protests in downtown that resulted in vandalism. He can't declare a state of emergency about mask wearing or anything like that. But
no, people will do the right thing, Bill.
Yeah. Maybe he'd just ask them nicely to stay out.
I don't know why you have to declare a state of emergency then.
Exactly.
If you just say to the protesters that are dumping paint all over and breaking windows, you should just go home. They would, oh, yeah, you know what? You're right. I forgot.
Do the right thing.
The emergency, due to civil unrest, closed the Utah State Capitol grounds to the public until at least July 14th. He also offered Utah's Department of Public Safety to Salt Lake City. The governor cited the vandalism at the Capitol during the first wave of demonstrations in the aftermath of George Floyd's death, where thousands protested against racism and police brutality. He also cited vandalism at the Salt Lake District Attorney's Office. State of emergency was issued after protesters dispersed from downtown Salt Lake on Thursday afternoon after Sim Gill declared the shooting legally justified. There was an increase of security at the Capitol. The district attorney's building was, I think that's on 5th South and Main, I think. Yeah, 5th South and Main, that new building there. Red paint splattered all over, windows broken, people protesting Sim Gill's decision. The family of Bernardo Palacios Carabal, who was shot and killed by police, planned to file a civil lawsuit following a ruling from Sim Gill's office. To see the despair and disappointment on their faces is something I don't want to relive, said attorney Nathan Morris as he stood in front of a room full of members of the media on Thursday. Next to Morris, fellow attorney Brian Weber. Beside him, the grieving family of Bernardo Palacios, the 22-year-old man who was shot and killed by the cops. Now, the family said, please, if you're protesting the ruling, in regards to our son's death, we would plead with you to not be violent in your protests. The attorneys for the family said basically what we were just talking about. Officers continued to empty clips of bullets at him after he fell to the ground. Police officers repeatedly pulled the trigger for 9 seconds. So the feeling is that was overkill.
Yeah,
that was he was down for the count, and they just kept at it. The United States has hit a new high in coronavirus.
We're number one.
Daily record for cases, 6th in 10 days. The U.S. surge is being driven largely by states that moved to reopen early. Hospitals across the U.S. are straining under a flood of new patients. Not what we need right now. New Hampshire Republicans are concerned about Trump's Saturday rally. By the way, there are only 2 states that show 2 states that COVID rates are decreasing. 2 states, New Hampshire and Vermont. COVID rates are decreasing. And Trump's going to have a big rally Saturday in New Hampshire, and New Hampshire residents are saying, wait a minute. Wait, we're doing okay here.
2 weeks from now, good luck.
New Hampshire Republicans are concerned about Trump's rally. Students in China have braved virus restrictions and severe floods to take university entrance exams. An Italian hospital has marked a milestone, a day without one COVID-19 patient in the ICU. 1 day without one patient in the ICU. Wearing masks cuts infection rates by 65%, most experts say. With many states implementing policies to make face coverings mandatory in both indoor and outdoor spaces, one doctor says that masks reduce the risk of infection by 65%.
See my new one?
That's a nice one. Where'd you get that?
Yeah,
Harmon's.
Harmon's
had it.
Oh, nice.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, it's nice.
Goes with my hat.
Well, that's important.
What's important to match?
I tweeted this morning, retweeted Angela Dunn, our state epidemiologist. She said, I'm happy to be part of these 50 badass healthcare workers across the United States. And here, so you can go state by state by state, and there are all these women who work in epidemiology and in health departments and things like that. And you come down to Utah, and here's the quote from Angela Dunn, and this was in In Style, I think, magazine. She says, if we have an E. coli outbreak due to contaminated spinach, we don't have elected officials telling us what to do, said Dr. Dunn, referring to the unique challenges she has faced in coordinating her state's COVID-19 response with local politicians. But she sees increased awareness as a chance to strengthen public health partnerships. Dr. Dunn says she is also not surprised by the recent rise in COVID-19 cases in various states, including hers across the country. We allowed mass gatherings. We allowed businesses to reopen. And with what we saw, with that we saw an increase in the number of cases. It was to be expected, she said. This is not a sprint. We have to continue to be vigilant. Just wearing a face mask can reduce transmission, she says, by up to 80%.
Wow.
So when you wear a face mask, you're saving lives. Dr. Dunn has been working 15 to 18-hour days over the past few months. She says being armed with expertise helps her to be confident in tough meetings, but high heels, a bodycon dress, and a moto jacket don't hurt either. I'm already 5'11", she said, so adding a few more inches to me gives me that badass feel that I like.
Go get him, Dr. Dunn.
Yep.
Donald Trump has bragged that he aced a cognitive test that was administered very recently, and that doctors at Walter Reed Medical Center were very surprised that he passed.
Because I have a very good brain, and I've said a lot of things.
They don't just give you cognitive tests for fun. They give them because they think maybe you've lost
something's wrong.
Some of your cognitive ability.
what that says to me when he says that is that trip to Walter Reed, that mysterious trip, that was, I think, a mini stroke or something like that.
Well, my thing is too, though, he adds this, and he doesn't realize how stupid he sounds when he says, "They were very surprised that I passed." Trump also blasted New York City. They were surprised
not expecting
because I come across as a blithering idiot.
Yeah.
Trump also blasted New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio on Thursday for helping paint a huge Black Lives Matter sign right in front of Trump Tower in Manhattan. During an interview with Fox News on Thursday, the president slammed his Democratic opponent Joe Biden, who he accused of being taken over by the radical left. Yeah,
right.
Joe Biden is a radical leftist.
Yeah, those of us in Antifa, we really wanted Uncle Joe.
Trump said to go back to the mayor thing, though, about the Black Lives Matter, he said, "I gave him all those ventilators, and he puts a Black Lives Matter sign in front of on Fifth Avenue." You did. What does one have to do with?
Go back to the cognitive test. Trump said Biden, he didn't take a cognitive test because he couldn't pass one. Like me. He's
12?
God. The president added, "I actually took one very recently when the radical left was saying is all here." Okay. Let me do this quote exactly.
Okay.
Yeah,
the president
please, because,
said, "I actually took one very recently when the radical left was saying, is he all there? Is he all there?"
We've been saying that since day one, sir.
I prove I was all there because I aced it. I aced the test, and he should take the exact same test.
Wow.
No, and he said that the doctors were surprised.
Surprised.
I'm like, okay, first of all, that's a problem.
Yeah. They were surprised that he passed.
They were surprised he passed so well because he must have been a mess when he took it.
A wooden statue of First Lady Melania Trump was torched near her home of Srebrenica, Slovenia on July 4th, according to the artist who commissioned the sculpture. Remember the pictures of that sculpture?
It was
tree. It was a tree that was carved into the shape of a woman.
He did it with a chainsaw.
Yeah. It was really
Chainsaw
terrible.
Melania.
Well, somebody set it on fire. Let's see, I don't know how much time we have. Do you want a horrible crime story, or do you want a now that's fun story?
I think Gina would like it now.
Fun.
Which one, Gina?
Story.
You want the fun story?
Would be fun.
You want the fun story?
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. You know, you have to if you have the same favorite cake frosting combo as someone else, it's truly your relationship is meant to be.
Really?
Say, this cake and this frost, I like this cake with this kind of frosting, and you both like it. Well, that theory is blown to bits because the writer says, I prefer white icing on white cake.
Ooh.
But my boyfriend loves chocolate cake with white icing. But luckily for us, we both love funfetti. And Pillsbury has released a new kind of cake mix that will keep us both happy. It's chocolate funfetti cake mix. It is the cake and the cupcake mix looks like your classic sprinkle-filled funfetti cake mix, but with a chocolate base rather than vanilla. The Pillsbury baking website says it is a yummy pop of color and chocolate deliciousness to brighten your celebration.
I am all for this.
Funfetti?
Chocolate funfetti.
Like most things, my favorite cake is from the 80s, and it is yellow cake with chocolate frosting.
That's Andy. That is Andy's exact favorite, too.
I like all cake with all frosting. Just keep that fondant off of it. That's too much.
Yeah, fondant is terrible. I
can't eat the fondant.
I really like German chocolate cake. And then there's a cake that somebody made me once, a long time ago, called a Lane cake. And I looked it up after because I remembered it so fondly, and I tried to make one, and it was not.
What is a Lane cake?
I can't remember. I know it has a lot of bourbon in it,
Oh,
and it has some raisins.
Just like my friend Lane.
Yeah. He
Your
has a lot of
favorite
bourbon
cake
in it.
has raisins in it?
I think it has raisins in it, yeah.
Sue used to make one, and I'll have to ask her what the recipe is again because we haven't had it in so long. It was just a standard yellow cake mix. and then she would pour sweetened condensed milk on top of it, and then whipped cream. I think that may have been the only ingredients. Although it
was cut. I remember this cake. You talked about it before. Isn't that the one you pour Coco Loco over?
Was it Coco Loco or was it
I
sweetened
think it was
condensed milk?
Coco Loco.
I'll find out and get back to you. Anyway, sports, weather, traffic.
That wasn't sports? I guess.
No.
What?
X96
thereby proving that Gina has no idea what sports is. That's why we picked her to do sports.
X96 is excited to announce this Saturday, July 11th at 2 p.m. at Rio Tinto Stadium, your 2019 USL champion Real Monarchs playing live, and you get to be there to see it. Tickets for this match are limited as Rio Tinto Stadium takes extra health and safety precautions to ensure guests are socially distant, comfortable, and safe. Get your tickets now before they're gone. And I believe we have a Monarchs player we're going to have on the show today.
In our next break, as a matter of fact, we're going to be talking with Andrew Brody.
Great. So we'll talk with him, and how you can get your tickets is realmonarchs.com, or you can call them 844-REAL-TICKS. Weather, it's even hotter today, 97 for a high. The air is bad. You care about the air. If you want some tips on helping with our air quality, you can go to x96.com. There's a banner there that gives you some ideas of things you can do to help, because we're going to have no mixing of the air anytime soon. Tomorrow, 100. Sunday, 97. Monday, 92. It's just going to be that way for the next little while. Traffic, we've got a crash. Sorry?
Just hot, I was just saying.
Yeah. We've got a crash northbound I-15 just prior to 31st Street. This is up in Ogden. Both left and right shoulders are affected there. Stalled vehicle eastbound I-80 at 3rd West in Salt Lake. That's affecting the left lane. And I'll check our message stream, because friends of the program send us traffic when they see it. Nope, but they hate fondant. They're with you, Carrie.
Yep.
If you hate fondant or you see traffic, you can text it to us, 33986.
Also, Cement Dave reminds me, if you're telling me this is buttercream frosting and it's made with shortening and not butter, get out.
Lane cake, I looked up the ingredients, Gina.
Yeah.
It's basically a white cake.
Yeah.
But it has a filling, so between the layers it has a filling made of bourbon or brandy, vanilla extract, chopped raisins, chopped pecans, grated coconut, and maraschino cherries or pineapple. And then you put that all together, and then there's a white frosting around it. It's really rich and delicious.
Okay. Sue says that it's what she used to make for me is a poke cake. There's a ton of different poke cakes you can make. You make holes with a handle so that the goo soaks in. The one that she used to do was coconut milk and sweetened condensed milk.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what we need. But, of course, Paul, Sue says my favorite is the Prantl cake, of course.
Oh, yes, that's my favorite, too.
And then now Paulette is sending me pictures of cake porn that she has made.
Paulette, we wish you were here to make a cake for us.
Have you ever made a Lane cake, Paulette? I loved that cake.
You need to make a Lane cake. And
I tried to make one myself, and it was just a disaster.
This is
you
Paulette's...
drank the bourbon before you made it into the recipe. That's why.
That's the problem. Paulette's cake, the crowd pleaser, alternating layers of chocolate and vanilla cake and frosting. So it's layer upon layer upon layer.
I need some cake.
Yes. It's time for cake. All right. We'll take a break. We will be back. Maybe Andrew Brody from the Real Monarchs brought the cake in our next break. X96. I don't know how it happened, but somewhere along the line, a rumor started that I hate kids. Well, it began to reflect poorly upon this morning show. Not just me, but on this morning show and on this radio station.
Yep.
So in order to combat this horrible, horrible rumor that I really, really hate kids, I've decided that it's time for a public service message every Friday at this time called Just for Kids. And I do this because I'm a role model. Hi, kids. It's me, your role model, Kerry Jackson. You know, the guy you want to grow up to be. Sorry we have to do this, but I got to talk to you about a new high that's going around. And on the street, they're calling it chugging the udder.
Huh?
Tipping the teat, lapping the lactate, pastures new, chasing old Bessie, or riding the White River. Yes, kids, I'm talking about this new high.
Yeah.
And I'm here to tell you, you should never, never try to drink an entire plastic jug of milk in the space of an hour. Never do that.
Don't do that.
Now I'm talking the vitamin D milk, not the 2% or the low fat. All right.
The strong stuff.
And it's got to be the real thing. It can't be that lactate. Don't ever drink an entire plastic jug of milk in the space of an hour, okay? Now, some say that it creates a kind of euphoria, kind of like the time I drank too much Jägermeister. I mean, woo. I was messed up. Now, others say that the human body cannot possibly digest that much lactose in an hour, and it will just make you vomit. Be careful of those people, kids. Those people are called scientists. And as our president has made very clear, scientists cannot be trusted. Besides, they just want to keep this secret all to themselves. So never drink a gallon of jug in the space of an hour, because when you chase old Bessie, nobody wins. This is a message from me to you, kids. Okay, 7:02 right now, KXRK Provo. Coming up in our next break is Boners Round 1 and Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Now, we got Andrew Brody from Real Monarchs on the phone.
Hi, Andrew. How are you?
You there?
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us okay?
Sweet. Yep, no problem.
Andrew, it says here on your, so, you know, the Monarchs has pages with all the players and everything. And there's a picture of you. It says Andrew Brody, defender, 45, which I assume is your number.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And then it says real name, Andrew Brody.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one, but
I don't know why.
I guess it works out. That is my name.
Are some of the other players using aliases and we don't know it? Is that what's going on?
Not that I know of.
I
that's
think
what
so.
you say, though.
All right.
So you guys are going to be playing real live soccer for real live people coming up. Is it this Saturday? Tomorrow?
Yep, tomorrow afternoon.
Wow.
Now, this is a first because the women have been playing in a tournament, but no fans were allowed in the stands. This will be the first time fans are allowed in the stands at Rio Tinto. Do you have any idea how they're handling the social distancing and that kind of thing?
Well, I've heard that they're allowing 5,000 fans, and I'm assuming that everybody will be socially distanced throughout the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Rio Tinto is fairly big, so fans will have plenty of room to spread out. And, you know, we're definitely, as a team, we're definitely happy to have them there and have their energy that they bring us for the game.
Mm-hmm.
However, with that being said, we do want everybody to be safe, and we think that'll happen.
When you now, when the Monarchs play, do you guys normally play at Rio Tinto, or do you play out in Harriman?
We normally play out in Harriman, but with the women's tournament going on right now, it was best to move it to Rio Tinto.
So it must be pretty fun to play in the big stadium then.
Oh yeah, it'll definitely be cool. I mean, it's a real big field, bigger than our stadium in Harriman. So I mean, we're ready for it. It's going to be a hot day, and I think we're all just super excited to play a meaningful game again. It's been a long few months.
Wait, who are you playing?
San Diego Loyal, a new team in the USL this year.
Okay, and now is this? Forgive me for not knowing, but is this a league tournament official game? Is it an exhibition game? What's the deal?
Yeah, so it's part of the condensed season that we're doing for the rest of the year. The league has separated into 8 groups of 4 or 5 teams, and tomorrow is the first game of this new condensed group season format.
So you normally would have started playing how long ago? A couple of months ago, right?
Yeah, definitely. The season actually kicked off in March, and everybody got, I think, 1 game in before everything kind of shut down with the virus.
That's terrible.
Yeah, we're definitely excited for the restart, but I mean, we do want everybody to be safe and make sure it's a safe atmosphere to play and for people to come watch. And
talking to Andrew Brody, he's a defender for the Monarchs, the Real Monarchs, and so tomorrow it's an afternoon game, is it?
Yeah, 2 p.m.
I guess tickets are probably available. Just have you got that information, Gina?
Yeah, I've got it. You can either get them at realmonarchs.com or you can actually call 844-REAL-TICKS. I would call because I think then you can ask the questions you may have about how are you handling the social distancing, are there, hand sanitizer stations, that kind of thing happening. You're going to be outside, so that's always better than inside.
Yeah.
You
guys won't have to wear masks while you're playing, will you?
No, we won't. We will have to wear them in the locker room, though, part of the league safety protocol.
Well, lucky for you, Deloy has thought of everything, and there are logo masks available at the store. So, of course,
I need to get one of those. You'd think our boss, Mr. Hansen, maybe send over a case of those for us.
There's several to choose from. They all look very nice.
Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it, Andrew, that we all work for the same guy, essentially?
Yeah, it is pretty neat, huh?
Yeah. So you're from Florida. Did you move to Utah specifically for Real?
Yeah, I did. So I was actually part of the Real Academy back when I was in high school. At the time, it was in Arizona, not in Harriman, like it is today. So that was kind of my in with the Real Salt Lake organization. But yeah, I've been here since I was 20 years old, and I'm 25 now, so I've been here for 5 years. It's my 5th season. I'm super excited to get going again.
Well, we consider you, after 5 years, we consider you a Utahn now, not a Floridian.
I think so.
Yeah. And it says here in your the scouting report for you, Andrew Brody, he's a guy that's reliable. He's never injured. When he goes down, he gets back up, which is an important thing to do in soccer.
Yeah.
And it says he will give you everything he has every time he steps on the field.
And he is reliable, because we were skeptical whether he would call on time, because often athletes are late or don't show, and you were right on time, Andrew.
Come on, I wouldn't miss it.
Oh, good. I'm glad you feel that way. Listen, Andrew, I hope you guys win tomorrow. Do you know anything about is this a good team that you're playing? Are they? I know you guys are super, but
yeah, no, it'll definitely be a very competitive match. The thing is, right now with the resumption of the season, nobody really has gotten any momentum going. So I'm assuming that the first few minutes might be a little rocky for both teams, but then hopefully we can get into the game and come out with a win.
All right. So the game is tomorrow. It's the Monarchs versus the San Diego Pelicans, or what are they?
The Loyal.
Okay, the San Diego Loyals.
The Loyals.
Yeah, I prefer the Monarchs and those kind of names, animal names and stuff like that.
I'm with
all right.
you.
Andrew, good luck.
Thank you.
Where do you get tickets again, Gina?
You can go to realmonarchs.com or you can call 844-REAL-TIX.
All right. Good luck. We'll talk to you again, Andrew.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Evan. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you later.
There we go. Yep, masks.
Where are your
many different styles.
Really?
Logos.
I need to get I'd like a Monarchs mask.
Sure. I'd like a Royals one.
Yeah, I'd like I do like that Royals logo though. The lion.
with the lion. That's a good looking logo.
Yeah.
That's the best logo in sports, I think.
Hey, Katie, get on that, will you? Just tell the boss that we need him to spiff us some masks, and we'll wear them to represent the team.
Yeah, tell him don't worry about Radio from Hell masks. We don't need those.
No.
Why would anyone want those?
Yeah, nobody would want
those. All right. Let's see, 7:10 right now. And let's see. Other business that we need to take care of. Radio from Hell Film Festival.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's online right now. The Radio from Hell International, second annual International Film Festival. Now, since we're not gathering together in movie theaters these days, we're putting it on. It's free. It's online. It's at x96.com. Click on the rotating banner. It'll take you to a place where you can see all the movies. I think there's a dozen or more. Yeah. And the other fun part is that not only can you watch them for free, but you are a judge. You can vote for your favorites.
There's money on the line.
There is a cash prize.
The winner gets a cash prize, so this isn't just for fun. It's for reals.
Mm-hmm.
So those of you who have created films, you probably want to get your friends and family to vote for you, because somebody's going to win a prize. Okay.
But, you're not working at work. You're watching movies and things at work. So go to the x96.com and look for the Radio from Hell second annual International Film Festival. All right, traffic.
Not much going on so far this morning. That's good. A crash northbound I-15 just prior to 31st Street in Ogden. That's the only accident I have to tell you about. Friends of the program haven't sent anything in a while. Arguing about fondant is what's happening in the text line. But if you have actual traffic to tell us about, you can always send it to us, and I will happily pass it along to friends of the program, 33986. Cash for Clunkers is back at National. They've been allocated funds to give you an additional $3,500 in trade for your current vehicle, no matter its condition. National in Murray, Sandy, and American Fork.
All right, Boners Round 1 coming up. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Boner candidate number 1, this is not a good culture trend. Number 2, this is a witch hunt, and I'm a victim. And boner candidate number 3, I left a word off, and so on the website it's not complete. Here's the complete title. Now, don't go asking me to make a joke about killing my gosh darned husband.
Round 1 of your boners, big boy news, opinnuendo, all coming up after these. Stand by, X96. The best news that I received in New York, well, the best thing that I learned, is that I never have to go on a cruise again.
Good news, everyone.
That's good. Oh, I know why.
Everyone.
I know why. No.
Why?
We went out to Liberty Island, and this is the second time now that Sue has gotten seasick.
You go on a ferry out there.
Yeah. One time before is we took a cruise around the bay up in Seattle. She was just completely messed up the rest of that trip. And this time, it was our last day in New York. We went out, and she got seasick and was just miserable the rest of the day. So that is some great news. I never will have to go on a cruise. I've been on one. I'm not a cruise guy.
Yeah.
You know, you're
no matter
either
how old you get.
you are a cruise person or you're not a cruise person, and that's all there is to it.
I've never been on a cruise, but I'm worried I would get on a cruise and discover that I am not a cruise
My wife
person.
got quite seasick on a cruise. I think I would enjoy a cruise if it were the right one.
Well, now, see, that's the thing, is that a friend of mine, my friend next door, neighbor, Buckley, he came over and he said, there's this cruise that we go on every year in October that I think you'd have a lot of fun, and you and Sue should come with us. It's a Halloween cruise to Mexico, and people just get rip-roaring drunk, and they're running around in costumes. And I said, well, two things. I don't think so, because that doesn't sound fun.
Yeah.
I'm trapped on a
doesn't
boat
really.
with a bunch of lunkheads.
But there's booze.
And second of all...
That doesn't make everything better.
Yeah, believe it
Really?
or not.
No.
Believe it or not. Because, there are just some people who drink I don't like to be around.
Yeah.
And I'll bet they're the same kind of people who like to dress up in Halloween costumes, I mean, imagine being locked in Port of Call on Halloween for 3 days.
Say no more.
See, the worst kind of cruise are those. I mean, do you want to go on a booze cruise? You don't.
You don't.
I'm telling you,
It sounds
you don't.
like a good idea.
You just don't want to. Those things that they label as booze cruises.
Didn't you guys go on one in Mexico?
Yeah.
Hawaii.
Hawaii.
Hawaii. We went in Hawaii.
And it was terrible.
Yeah.
It was just terrible. But there's these small cruise companies that are real high end that I think it'd be kind of. Or I'd like to do their river cruises, where they do cruise adventures on the great rivers of Europe and things like that. I think that'd be,
Now, that'd be okay.
a cruise of the Rhine on a boat with maybe it's like 100 other people or something like that, with high end gourmet meals, but they're expensive.
But I have been spared the hardship that is the cruise. Yeah. So thank you, Sue, Sue, for being seasick, for being a landlubber. Thank you.
She doesn't have sea legs?
No sea legs. Hi there. It's 7:16. We are broadcasting live from our homes. It will be that way until the foreseeable future. But you can go to x96.com/live and see us on Radio from Hell Television. We got a split screen thing happening. You can see all of us in our homes and wearing our new masks and all of that.
You like that one? Much my flag.
It's a bit much for me. It's a bit much
What?
for me.
Come on,
kind of
Gary.
busy. Kind of busy.
You hate the flag. You hate the flag. That's
No,
what this
it's not
is.
that
You
I
hate
hate the
America
flag.
and you
It's
hate the
just-
flag.
That's your thing. See, see where mine is a Mystery Science Theater mask. You can.
That's
see.
your thing.
And that's my thing.
And mine
Bill,
is I
that's
just
not a mask.
Bill's is
What
not
that?
actually a mask.
I just
It's
hold
a-
up a screen cleaner.
It's an eyeglass. It doesn't work.
No. Yeah. I'll have to find something else then.
All right. Let's see. Now, coming up in this news break, are we going to talk about the flags?
Let's see. Do we have time to? Maybe we should devote a little more time to it than just a break.
Because we're early and we have a nice big news break here. So,
well, let's talk about it now and then go into the news.
oh, you want? Well, we got boners.
Oh, okay. Well, however you want to arrange it.
Let's stick it in the news.
Okay.
Stick it
All
in
right.
the news. Stick it in the news. Stick it in the news.
All right.
I got cold beverages.
Time for round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior, and you will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight, possibly become boner of the day if it wins here. It has secured a spot in Boner Dome. Not boner of the day yet. Round 2 happens at 8:20. We'll do this again. 3 more, 3 different candidates. We'll get a winner there as well. We'll take both of those winners and put them against each other for boner fight at 9:20. That's when you'll decide today's boner of the day. And then after that, Dave the Flower Guy will decide who is boner of the week. Okay, here we go. 2 candidates now. Round 1. A third after the news. Once you've heard all three, then you will vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it. And part of the prize is the promise someday of wearing the Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
Here's boner candidate number 1. This is not a good cultural trend. Have you ever thought about what it would have been like to skip getting married and finding a partner and then just going straight to having a baby? Knowing what parents know, it probably sounds a little bit crazy. However, this is a new trend that is gaining some popularity. The latest weird child-rearing trend has to do with co-parenting on purpose with fellow single strangers.
Strangers?
The New York Post recently reported on this trend, and it seems like every parent who is taking advantage of it has a completely different reason. For instance, they reported that Yelena Pronoza, 41-year-old accountant from Staten Island, and a parent to an 18-year-old daughter, has always yearned for another child, and she wanted to make her daughter a big sister. Okay, you can understand that.
All right.
Her husband, though, made it clear, her husband of 8 years, so not the father of the 18-year-old, obviously, said, I don't want kids. I don't want any. So she left him 4 years ago and took to the internet for answers as to how she can make her dream of being a mother again come true. I was thinking, how long will it take me to create a new relationship that will bring a child? It could take a year, it could take 10 years, she said. That's when I discovered co-parenting. Here's how it works. Two strangers who do not have partners but both want children team up to raise a child together. The New York Post even shared how there is a television series called Labor of Love on Fox where suitors compete to be co-parent to a former The Bachelor contestant. There are even new websites that have been created, and there's so much buzz around this strange parenting trend. How do the websites work? Very similar to online dating. If you're interested in co-parenting with a stranger, you would create a profile for yourself. You share details about your interests and beliefs that are important to you and see who you match up with. And then, so one of you is you make a baby, and then you share with somebody
bizarre.
I think this is not a good cultural trend.
No.
Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. This is a witch hunt, and I'm a victim. Tennis superstar Novak Djokovic believes that he was unfairly trashed in the media for the COVID outbreak at his recent tennis tournament.
No, see,
comparing criticism
you say words, and then people criticize the words you say. That's not unfair.
Comparing the criticism to a witch hunt. Of course, Djokovic took a heavy fire for throwing tennis events in Croatia and Serbia with little to no social distancing or any significant protocols to prevent the spread of coronavirus. In fact, there were photos and videos of, and this is wrong too, Djokovic playing basketball with other athletes without masks during the tournament. This is a tennis tournament, Djokovic, not a tennis tournament or a basketball tournament. And also, there were pictures of him and other players partying at tightly packed nightclubs without any masks.
Not helping.
Novak, along with his wife and several other tournament participants, later, guess what? Tested positive for COVID-19. Now the 33-year-old is speaking out about the media coverage of his doomed event, and he's upset. I can only see criticism lately, and much of it is malicious, he said. It's obvious. It's obviously more than just criticism. It's like an agenda and a witch hunter on. Somebody has to take the fall for it, a big name, like me.
No, you're a public figure who said something, and we wrote it down, and then we read it to people, and they said that's crazy. There's not a witch hunt. The words came out of your mouth.
My intention was pure. I was wholeheartedly committed to organizing a humanitarian event to help players and tennis federations in the region. We complied with all the laws and regulations. We learned our lesson, though. We did. Okay.
You're an anti-vaxxer idiot, and you deserve the criticism.
Boner candidate number 2. This is a witch hunt, and I'm a victim. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. Now, just don't go asking me to make a joke about killing my gosh darned husband. These are odd boner candidates, I think.
All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big boy news and opinioendo now, brought to you by
Feldman's Deli, Utah's only authentic Jewish deli, now offering takeout and curbside service. For more information, go to feldmansdeli.com.
Well, it's sad news. We're never going to get a chance to go.
What's that?
Where?
Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley are closing down their Rock and Brews restaurant.
They just opened
Maui,
one.
In Maui.
They just opened it.
Yeah. They've closed their location permanently after the pandemic. It's killed the tourist market. And so my dream of going to Rock and Brews to have,
Did
a
they
beer
have,
and
like,
a sandwich like I can have anywhere else.
Like the Dr. Love burger? And did they have like the...
I don't know.
God made rock and roll chicken sandwich?
I'd like a Star Child shake, please. The grand opening of Rock and Brews paid tribute to both Wounded Warrior Project and the Paella Youth Center, so that was nice. A luncheon was held for wounded warriors, returning vets, and so forth, but it was hardly open, and now they're closing it down.
The dessert, of course, Beth's flan is exactly what, because out of all the Kiss songs, it's like flan. Thank you.
Beth, I hear your flan calling. The Utah Department of Health's COVID-19 report for Thursday, 601 new confirmed cases and 4 new deaths. Now Utah has 27,356 positive cases. 388,733 people have been tested. Of the 27,356 cases that are confirmed, 1,700 people have required hospitalization. 177 are still in a hospital. And a total of 205 people have now died of COVID-19 in Utah. But Governor Herbert will not mandate face coverings nationwide or statewide, but all K through 12 schools will have to. He made the announcement at a news conference yesterday where he challenged Utahns to adopt face coverings more. The governor warned that if cases continue to climb, a mandate is still on the table. It's not that inconvenient. I think you have to recognize that it can save you from getting sick and other people getting sick, he said. And it's going to save some people's lives if you wear a mask. So I don't know why I won't mandate it, because all of that's true. If I mandated it, it could keep you from getting sick. And if I mandated it, could keep other people from getting sick. And if I did the mandate, it could save lives. But I'm not going to do that.
The people that understand that it's the right thing to do are already wearing masks. The mandate captures the people that don't think it's the right thing to do, and it compels them to wear them. Also, a friend of the program said this to me because I tweeted about it yesterday. They said, for people that maybe want to wear them, but they're afraid of being judged by their family and friends for wearing them, this gives you an out. You can put on the mask and go, I think this is dumb too, but, with a mandate, I have to wear it.
I think we should make a line of masks that say, I'm required to wear this dumb thing. Listen, look, Gary Herbert is not a stupid man. Brad Wilson and I can't think of the other guy's name right now, the legislators. Stuart Adams. I'm pretty sure they're not stupid. Well, Stuart Adams and Brad Wilson might be stupid.
I'll call them stupid.
But if but if they're not, if you would accept the premise that they are not stupid people, what they are doing is just plain wrong and evil. Because the reason they're not mandating masks, Governor Herbert knows. He says right there, this would save people's lives, it would protect people from getting sick, and it would protect you from getting sick. He knows that. But he won't do the mandate. Why? Because he's afraid of losing votes.
Okay,
He's
let me address that. Does he really think that Spencer Cox is going to lose this election? Really?
I don't. Brad Wilson and Stuart Adams, they are afraid that their constituents will turn against them.
Here's what I would say to them. Because, and Governor Herbert said this yesterday, and I don't believe it, but he said people are more worried about the economy than health. Now, people may be more worried about their own paychecks and feeding their family. Maybe that's what it is. But okay, let's say this is all based on the economy. I spend a lot less money now than I did 6 months ago because I don't go out shopping. I'm not going out to eat like I used to. I try to get takeout from restaurants I like. I am, as a consumer, spending a lot less money now. Part of why I'm doing that is I don't feel comfortable going into retail stores, going and sitting in a restaurant, those things. If there were a mask mandate and I knew no matter where I went in the city or the state that that is the standard, I would be more likely to go out and spend money and help.
It's good for the economy.
It makes more sense.
It is, yeah, it absolutely does.
Well,
that idiot Mustos who says that, you're destroying businesses by making people wear masks. Pretty soon, everyone will be dead, and there'll be nobody to go to the stores.
Yeah, it's the opposite that needs to happen. You need to do the tough mandating of the masks and the testing, because that will flatten the curve, and then that will make it so that we can make our summer dollars, Mayor Vaughn.
Salt Lake City has on their website right now
slc.gov/flag, and I just retweeted a link.
These are the finalists for the Salt Lake City flag redesign. There's 8 designs.
Now, I'm sitting here right now so it's not just voting for your favorite. They want you to rate each one of them on a bunch of different like colors and symbols, and this is better than just voting for your favorite one, I think. That way they know people seem to like this flag, but they don't like the colors in it, so we'll change it.
I don't know. Which one none of them... I mean, like, one of them is ridiculous. It's a white horizontal band and a blue horizontal band.
That's Salt Lake, Bill. They represent the salt
white for the salt,
the lake.
and blue for the lake.
Yeah. So you could explain that to people anytime you want.
Yeah.
Because they won't get it by looking at it. I kind of like the one that has the seagull lily on it. The next one.
I like that one.
That's kind of nice. The one with the next one down, the one with the mountain peaks and the yellow sky and the star to the left, and it looks a little bit too much like a Middle Eastern militaristic country.
And what's wrong with that?
A militaristic country that that wants to suppress its residents.
And then the parallel lines, blue and white, that looks like decoration inside of a high school gym to me.
Or something you put around the cuff of your sleeve or your collar.
Yeah. I think there's an obvious one here.
Okay, what
that I like very much.
What's the obvious one?
Have you not looked at all of them yet, Bill?
I have. Yeah.
The one with the bee on it. That's my favorite.
Yeah.
I like that bee. I like that's by far my favorite. But I'm going through right now and rating them all, and you should too. If you want to just go via my link, if you follow me on Twitter, RFH Gina, or you can go to the website yourself. It's slc.gov/flag.
If I could combine like 3 of those flags together, it would be great. I'd be so stoked.
Yeah, but I don't know. You'd have 3 flags on a flagpole. I don't know.
Well, I mean, like in one symbol.
I know what you meant. I know what you meant. I kind of don't. Nah, I don't. I was going to say I kind of like the honeycombs, the red honeycombs.
I love that one.
But again, I guess it's not. It's not as abstract as the other one. The one with the white horizontal bar and the blue horizontal bar. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
That's our flag. What's that mean? Well, you see, it's the
Salt Lake.
Salt flats in the lake. So, thanks for explaining that to me. Now I know. You shouldn't have to explain it, right?
Exactly.
It should just jump out. So it says you've got until August 21st to review and vote on your flag choices.
All right.
Well, I just went through the whole process while we were talking about that. Took me 2 minutes. And you have a say in your flag, so.
Just one quick item here. The Yellowstone TV series will not be filming in Utah anymore.
That did happen then. Okay.
Yeah, no more. Now, the Yellowstone TV series takes place in Montana, but they've been filming most of it here. But they've decided, I think the tax breaks wore off, and Montana gave them some other tax breaks, so they're going to do it in Montana now. So you won't be seeing Kevin Costner hanging around anymore.
But the bigger news on that is there are a lot of people working on that show here that are out of work now. That's
I think they'll probably take some of them with them, won't they? If they want to go.
They hire
Probably
their
not.
own people and...
Yeah. Probably not all of them. Maybe a handful, but that'd be about it. Weather traffic.
How you feel about hot? You like hot? Because you're getting a lot of it.
Depends.
97 for a high today. Tomorrow, probably hitting 100. We're hitting 100 tomorrow.
When it comes to hot, I've found, Gina, that some like it hot.
That's true. I've heard that also. And unfortunately, because of these days and days and days of heat and no storms to blow it out, our air gets worse and worse. Go to x96.com. You Care is the campaign to help people be aware of how you can help and not contribute to the bad air. Tips on driving less and things you might not have thought of doing, like mowing your lawn in the evening is actually better than in the middle of the afternoon. Plus, it's cooler. Why wouldn't you do that anyway? So go to x96.com and you can get more tips like that. Traffic, we've got not a lot going on, but I will tell you this one crash northbound I-15 at 9th South in Kaysville. Both the left and right shoulders are being affected there, and nobody sent anything in via text, but if you see something, please pass it along. Our short code number is 33986.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Now, don't go asking me to make a joke about killing my gosh darn husband. Carol Baskin. Is making a fortune recording personalized messages. But fact of the matter is, she's also left tons of dough on the table because she's turned down a lot of requests from people who want her to talk about her missing and presumed dead husband. Carol tells TMZ that she's gotten over 600 cameo requests so far, but along the way she's had to decline requests from people who are trying to get her to talk about the fate of her missing husband. She said, "Well, I declined their request to say things that would make fun of my husband's disappearance because that was a tragic time in my life and in that of those who loved him." Joe Exotic's nemesis from the hit Netflix docuseries Tiger King says she doesn't think the people making those requests are doing it to be mean-spirited, but regardless of how long it's been, talking about her missing husband's a sore subject. But apparently people are asking her to record things, greetings for that incorporate her dead and presumed, by Gina Barberi, murdered husband.
Obviously she murdered her husband.
Now, don't go asking me to make a joke about killing my gosh darn husband, okay? Boner candidate number 3.
Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Number 1, this is not a good cultural trend. Single people having kids with strangers and co-parenting those children. They meet online and do this. Boner candidate number 2, this is a witch hunt and I am a victim. That's Novak Djokovic saying that he is a victim of COVID-19 witch hunt after he, against most advice, organized a tennis tournament and didn't do anything to do social distancing or sterilization, none of that. And now he got the virus. Several other people in the tournament got the virus, but he says he's a victim of a witch hunt.
He's the victim, yeah.
And boner candidate number 3. Now, don't go asking me to make a joke about killing my gosh darn husband.
Okay, here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight to possibly become boner of the day. See if it wins here. It secures a spot in Boner Dome. That's it. Not boner of the day yet. Round 2 at 8:20 with 3 more, 3 different candidates. We get a winner there. Take the winner of each round and put them against each other. Boner fight happens at 9:20. That's when you will decide boner of the day. So right now, pick your champion for round 1. Here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Send it forward. Put that number, that single digit, is all we need in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting July 10, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It'll appear. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is round 1. Vote. All right, 7:44. Let's award round one of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by Tostadas.
And Iconoclad has a variety of washable filtered masks for adults and children. Shop online with shipping at iconoclad.com or at their walk-up window 4th East, 3rd South in Salt Lake.
Boner candidate number one. This is not a good cultural trend. Single people having kids with strangers that they match up with online and then co-parent. They have a baby and co-parent. People that they barely know. Boner candidate number two. This is a witch hunt and I am a victim. It is Novak Djokovic who says he is the victim of COVID-19 witch hunt because he put on a tennis tournament where he and other people contracted the coronavirus. And he did this in the face of many people saying, you should not be doing this. And boner candidate number three. Now, don't ask me to make a joke about killing my gosh darn husband, okay? Tiger King's Carol Bascom. She's on Cameo. She'll record messages for you for a fee, but don't ask me to bring up my dead husband. That's just not right. Let's see. And the winner was boner candidate number two, the tennis guy, Novak Djokovic, number two.
There you go. That's the winner of round one. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. We'll see. Round two coming up at 8:20. Three more. Three different candidates. We'll get a winner there as well. We'll take both of these winners and put them against each other. You will decide who Boner of the Day is at 9:20 this morning with Boner Fight. All right. Let's see. We're broadcasting live from our homes until further notice. You can watch us at x96.com/live. And, yeah.
Is Gina alive?
Yeah, she's
there. Yeah, what?
Oh, you're not moving on my screen. You're frozen.
Yeah, I'm not.
So it's hard to tell with you sometimes because you don't move much.
Why should I? Give me one good reason. You're all reconnected.
So it's time for the... are we doing the question now?
Yeah, it's best question now, I believe, because at 8 o'clock it's Have Another Drink with Jimmy.
Correct.
Oh, yeah.
So is this sponsored, Gina?
Yes. During this month of July, Scott Hale is offering a $29 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE. It's the best question. Send us a damn question about anything, won't you please? Radio from Hell at x96.com. Put best damn question. Here you go. Quit whining question.
Here's your damn question, okay?
Yeah. Katie?
All right. This comes from Eliza, and she talks about being in quarantine and needing some TV shows to watch because she's officially run out of shows. She says, what are your top 5 TV shows that you enjoy binging the most? This can be shows that you watched years ago or recently, just your top 5.
I don't know how you can run out of shows. There are too many shows. How do you run out of them?
Well, she's just asking for suggestions because sometimes you're scrolling through and you don't really know what you're.
It's hard to choose.
Yeah, what you're going past and.
Okay, well, Gina, what do you?
You pick this one. You go.
Okay.
Here's my problem. I'm behind. I'm years behind shows. My husband and I just started watching Ozark, which I love, but it's one of those things that you feel funny talking about it because it's been around for a while and people have already seen it. And
no, they haven't. You haven't. And I bet Eliza has not seen it either.
I haven't.
Ozark.
It's really good.
There are three seasons, I believe, of it.
Mm-hmm.
And with a fourth to come. And
maybe someday.
No, I think they're working on it now.
Oh.
And it's great.
It's a great I don't know why it's such a good distraction, because it's horrible. They're all horrible people. Just like Succession, I was behind on that. All horrible people, but it was a train wreck I couldn't turn away from. Better Call Saul, I love.
Yeah, binge that one for sure.
If you liked Breaking Bad and were not knowing whether you should dive into Better Call Saul, you really should. It's not the same show. It's a completely different show.
I like it better than Breaking Bad.
I have to admit, I think I do too.
But Kim Wexler is the best character on TV, I think.
Well, she's the best character on TV now that Saul's brother, Jimmy's brother, died, Michael McKean.
Which he should have won an award for.
He
that
was the
show.
best. He was the best.
Yes.
They're all good on that show. Even what's his name, the head of the law firm. That guy's really good too. So yeah, binge that for sure. That's an excellent show.
Those are mine. Oh, and Space Force. I like Space Force. I don't know why I'm apologizing for it, but I'm amused by Space Force.
There's a CNN docuseries that I'm halfway through now called 1968.
That's like learning, though, isn't it?
It tricks you into learning because Tom Hanks is there, you know?
Yeah.
He'll fool you. And then occasionally they'll talk about music and TV, but then it gets back to the important stuff. Boy, that in 69, they were some pretty heavy years for the United States.
No kidding.
Hannibal is a fun series. Fun, well.
It is.
I enjoyed it.
You were touting that show for a long time, and I never watched it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think I was ill or something. I think it was recovering from a surgery that I had. And I started watching it, and I just binged the hell out of it. And then recently I started watching it again.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's just great.
Season 3 is just terrific because they bring in the guy in the wheelchair. Cordell, where are you, Cordell? Anyway. I just finished Legion Season 3, which is don't watch it drunk, because it won't make any sense.
It barely makes sense even if you're sober. It's
Right.
very
Yeah.
confusing
Yeah.
sometimes.
I love the Disney docuseries on Disney Plus. I like watching The Mandalorian. Any of that CBS All Access Star Trek. I love that. Gina has permission to watch Battlestar Galactica.
Thank you.
But I think my favorite new show is, of course, my girlfriend, Padme Lakshmi. She's got a series on Hulu called Taste the Nation. And it's all about how there is no such thing as American food.
Yeah.
Nothing?
There
A
really
hamburger isn't
Nope.
American food?
No,
No?
absolutely not.
Nope, hot dog either.
Maybe beans.
There's no such
Beans.
thing as American food until the last episode she gets to. And she discovers American food. And, Bill, you'll find it interesting because she goes to an Indian reservation in Arizona.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay.
And you learn about the origin of the Navajo taco as well.
That's cool.
Is it really
Oh, no.
Navajo food, the Navajo taco?
It's a sad origin for the Navajo
Oh,
taco.
beans,
Yes.
yeah. Mhm. Here, a couple of others quickly that I know you'll agree with. I don't remember how many seasons, 2 or 3, of Fargo.
Yeah, I've enjoyed each season.
Are there 3 of them? I think there are 3.
Yes.
And I think there's supposed to be a 4th. Noah Hawley, who he took time off to do Legion, and now he's going back to Fargo. And what's his name is going to be
Chris Rock. It
Chris
was
Rock.
It was 3/4 of the way done, and then they shut down production. So once they can start up production again, then maybe they'll get it finished.
So start with season 1. They're all kind of interrelated, although different stories as you go along. And then here's another one that I know you guys didn't watch, and maybe you barely heard of. And I forget if there are 2 or 3 seasons of this. And these are, I think these are I don't know, Netflix or Amazon Prime. I can't remember. Sneaky Pete.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's Amazon Prime.
I think so.
Couple of seasons with Giovanni Ribisi, who I've never really cared for very much until this. This is the role he was born to play. The first season, now it's a show produced by Bryan Cranston from Breaking Bad, and Bryan Cranston is in the first season of it, and he's very good.
And while you're on Amazon, The Boys, which is based on a comic book.
Yes.
Very good.
Yes.
Very good. And season 2 starts here in about a month. So
good. They're doing another
September,
one.
I believe.
So if you were to binge up to through season 1, then by the time you finish, season 2 might very well be here in September.
That show's not hard to binge. It's so good.
And if you like Billy Bob Thornton, which I do, he's in the first season of Fargo, and he's great. And he has a series on Netflix called Goliath, where he plays an alcoholic lawyer. And it's not brilliant TV, except for he's so good that it's worth watching.
You know what's brilliant TV, and I forgot? Better Things.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Pamela Adlon. Excellent.
Brilliant TV.
And Sue reminds me of a show that we weren't sure about, but we wound up really liking. It's on Netflix. It's called I Am Not Okay With This. It's also based on a comic book. It's about a girl who discovers that she has superpowers.
And she's not okay with it?
She is not okay with it.
And if you like Stephen King, I forget the name of the show. It's the Stephen King universe, though. Is it...
it's a town, isn't it?
It's on, Hulu. I think there are 2 seasons of it. It's
Castle Rock?
Castle Rock. Thank you,
That's
Gina.
it.
Yeah. It's actually pretty damn good. Particularly the first season is really good of Castle Rock. You could go on and on. There's too much stuff. My wife still rewatches the Star Trek series with Captain Picard.
The Picard series, yeah.
No,
I'm rewatching Buffy.
the old one.
Next Gen.
Next Gen.
All right.
Yeah, she watches that all the time.
All right. There you go. Thank you very much. Traffic, Gina.
Multi-vehicle crash northbound I-15 approaching 200 north in Kaysville. Cars are scattered on both shoulders and down an embankment. There's debris blocking the right 2 lanes.
Where is that?
So that's northbound I-15 approaching 200 north in Kaysville. So it's backing things up quite a bit, and we had a couple of friends of the program that are stuck in it and let us know. Thank you. They sent that in via text at 33986.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Have another drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy, my favorite feature, coming up after these. Also, round 2 of your boners. Stand by for all that. Manscaped.
Get your. It's hot. You're going to want to wear. You're going to not want to wear as much clothing as you normally do, and so maybe you ought to clean up a few of your areas before you go out.
You don't need to share that with everybody.
Yeah, right, exactly. So Manscaped can help ensure that your post-quarantine body is ready for the wild. Manscaped is dedicated to helping you level up your full-body grooming game. The Perfect Package 3.0 kit comes with the essential Lawnmower 3.0 waterproof cordless body trimmer, a ton of other liquid formulations to round out your manscaping routine. And believe me, a lot of you need it. So, for a limited time, subscribers get 2 free gifts: the Shed Travel Bag for $39 value and the patented high-performance reduced chafing Manscaped Boxer Briefs. Get 20% off and free shipping when you go to manscaped.com and use the code X96.
Yes. May I help you?
Carrie Jackson and Bill Allred here to see Mr. Acme?
Carrie Jackson and Bill Allred? And this is regarding...
Well, we work for Mr. Acme, and he wanted to see us today.
I see. And you work for him in which one of his businesses?
Radio. We do a morning radio show at his radio station.
Oh, yes. Mr. Acme is involved with some little broadcast facility somewhere, isn't he? Let me call him. He's having his daily rub-down right now. Mr. Acme?
What the hell do you want? You know I don't like to be disturbed when Gregor is giving me my rub-down. Ouch! Damn it! I told you that my coccyx is sore, Gregor! I'm calling Mr. Acme. Don't rub me so hard there! Jesus! Now what the hell do you want?
I'm sorry, Mr. Acme, but there are 2 radio people out here to see you. What were your names again?
Carrie and Bill. Bill?
Is that Allred and Jackson out there? God, I forgot. It's salary time again. Okay, tell them to have a seat. We're just about finished here. Damn it, Gregor! Don't push so hard on that!
Very sorry, Mr. Acme.
Oh, I'm sore everywhere that my belt rubs.
Have a seat, gentlemen. Mr. Acme will be right with you.
Oh, great. Acme's got some sore muscles, and we're here to talk about raises. What great timing.
Oh, he's always in a bad mood or sore or something anyway. I don't see where one day is any better than another when it comes to talking about money. For hell's sakes, Gary. I mean, last year during our job evaluation meeting, he jumped across the restaurant table and jabbed the dinner fork into my upper thigh. I bled like a pig.
I remember. He must have stuck that thing in about 3 inches.
Yeah, thanks for closing me up. I don't know if I've ever told you enough how grateful I was.
Oh, don't worry about it. It was nothing. I was just glad I had that little staple gun in my backpack.
I'm nervous. I mean, I'm just not very good at this asking for a raise thing.
Remember, we got to be tough. We got to stand our ground. I mean, sure, we're asking for a lot, but we work hard at the radio station. I don't think that 15 every 2 weeks is too much to ask.
But Carrie, 15 every 2 weeks adds up to $30 a month. I'm telling you, it's too much. He'll never go for it.
I think you're right. We got to get out of here. Oh, okay. Here's what we do.
What?
I'll pretend that I'm sick, and then you pretend to rush me to the hospital, okay?
Okay.
Ma'am, will you tell Mr. Acme we'll be back some other time? I've got to rush my partner to the hospital. I think it's his ovaries or something. His uvula or something. You're going to be okay, partner.
We get to Jimmy. We have a giveaway.
Contest. Go ahead.
Bill, we're stoked. Look stoked. X96.com/live. Look how stoked Bill is.
But you have to say, we are stoked.
We are stoked to announce Blue October is doing a live concert.
Try it again.
Oh.
Try it again. Come on. We are stoked.
We are stoked.
There you go.
To announce Blue October is doing a live concert online July 25th. That's right, you'll be able to go to an actual concert right in your own living room. Listen at 8, 2, and 5 all week long for your chance to win a live streaming concert pass. Get all the details and a link to buy a pass and much more from Blue October at x96.com. I'll give you a keyword and you'll text it to 33986 for your chance to win. The keyword is Daylight, DAYLIGHT, Daylight. Text that to 33986.
All right. Is this sponsored, Gina?
It's brought to you by Sweet Berry Wine.
Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink and you'll feel alright. If you feel down and you're under the weather, have another drink and you'll feel alright.
Here he is, Jimmy Santangelo. He is the chief cook and bottle washer for the Wine Academy of Utah. You can find courses and online advice and all kinds of things at wineacademyofutah.com.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, com. Jimmy, are you there?
I am. Good morning. I'm stoked.
Stoked. Good. Yes.
That's how
He
you
does
do
that
it.
better. He does that
Hey,
better.
Jimmy, so you, I didn't get this until this morning, this little bottle of Prosecco. that you left on
I
my
had to
doorstep.
do a midnight run for everybody. Midnight run.
That's Zonin. That's one of Sue's. She'll drink that. Not her favorite, but she likes that one.
I'm going to save this because my wife loves Prosecco, so I'm not going to open it today. But this is all about things you might want to drink out on the patio, right?
That's right. You know, things are becoming easier and easier to consume. Consuming alcohol has never been easier in the state of Utah. We have all kinds of fun packages, and winemakers are putting their products in different sizes. You got cans, you got half bottles, and sometimes you don't want to open up a whole bottle of wine. Going out on the back patio, you're going to have it left over. You just want a little sip. So what we're featuring are different formats for you to make it easy to consume on the back patio. So you have your half bottle of wine, the sparkling wine. Prosecco is so fun to be able to have. It's light, it's bubbly, it's easy on the palate. It pairs with a whole bunch of different styles of foods, from meats and cheeses, crackers, just little nibbles, or on its own. And the Prosecco, because your bubbly personality, Bill, I got you the Prosecco to match that with you.
Well, I'm going to drop a couple of, we got some fresh raspberries. I'll just pluck a couple of raspberries off the bush and drop them in my glass of Prosecco. How's that? That's
perfect.
Very nice.
Should we sparkling wine 101 really quick here for folks who don't quite understand? Because when we say Prosecco, they're,
Yeah, sparkling wine can be made all over the world. Sparkling wine can be made, if I were to ask everybody out there, what's the first sparkling wine comes to mind from France? Most people would say Champagne. And Champagne is a little wine district in France that's made with Pinot Noir, Chardonnay, and Pinot Meunier. You also have Cremant de Bourgogne. These are sparkling wines outside of the Champagne region within France. You can also have cavas, which are Spanish sparkling wines. Of course, you have sparkling wines here in the States. And then naturally, you have sparkling wines from Italy. You got Lambrusco, Moscato d'Asti, and then, of course, the Prosecco that Bill has there, a little half bottle. You put a straw in there, a few raspberries, you're good to go.
Oh, yeah. All right.
You were talking about lots of different containers that we can have, and we just went camping, and I took a few of your suggestions that we've had before about stuff in cans, and you have brought me the original house wine in a can, and these are great. Exactly what you're saying. My husband hasn't been drinking the last week because he's been having some health things, but I want some wine with dinner. If I can just open a little can of wine just for me, that's perfect.
I need a can of wine.
Yeah. Can of wine. And the interesting thing is, and my spouse, my wife, she doesn't remember it's a half a bottle of wine. So when she goes for that second can, I'm like, honey, wait.
And she says, mind your own beeswax, Jimmy.
Mind your own beeswax. One thing that's funny is that house wine, this is a brand new product I dropped off for you, Gina, the lemon lime spritz.
That sounds
brand new product in the nation, just arrived here in the state. The brokers are working really hard keeping us with new and current products here in the state of Utah. It's kind of a fight to get the good stuff in here. And this is a brand new product, 12% alcohol. So it's a wine based with natural flavoring of lemon lime spritz influence in it. Get this nice and cold. It's sparkling. And you'll have a lot of fun with this one. I think this is going to be like it's an kind of like a Sauvignon Blanc-ish in style. Yeah, where you got that.
I'll look for that. Yeah.
And it's bubbly, did you say, Jimmy?
Yeah,
it's also bubbly?
Yeah, a little spritz in there, so they have a little bit of carbonation in there. They'll pump that in, not naturally through secondary fermentation like a sparkling wine, but they'll pump it in like a soda pop. So it just gets a little bit of a palate cleansing spritz to it, a little bubble to it.
Okay.
And then we got that Bloom cider. Yeah. For Carrie. That Bloom cider. So Bloom is by Angus Wandering Angus Cider Mill up in Washington. Fantastic. I've had this product for years. I've had it on keg at restaurants, on tap where you can pump it out of a big keg. We've used it as a float in cocktails. I was thrilled to see them bring this in a can. It's a high-quality product. They have heirloom apples that they sourced originally from Normandy, replanted in the Northwest. They're sourcing original heirloom apples to produce this product. Gluten-free, by the way, your ciders are. And the reason it says it's medium sweet, because it is slightly off dry, and that's the residual sugar, original sugar. It's not added in. So it's a real natural product, gluten-free. And these are fun. You know, they're lower in alcohol, kind of like a beer style, like 4%, 5%. And it's great for the morning. Great for the morning, I guess, is what I'm saying. You know,
as a little side note, Wandering Angus is the name of the place. Wandering Angus. The Wandering Angus is an Irish mythological character. He wandered all over the countryside. A mythological character, and there's a poem written by William Butler Yeats called "The Song of Wandering Angus," and the very last lines, and this relates, the very last two lines of that poem are, "I will pick until time and times are done, the silver apples of the moon, the golden apples of the sun." Relates to the apple cider.
There you go.
That's awesome.
Now, the Bloom cider is really tasty. I'll say that. But you know what? It's looking at it on the shelf, I wouldn't have bought it because I hate this label.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
Don't let the label scare you away. It's a delicious cider.
Jimmy, these are all great suggestions. Let's devote a little time here quickly to what's going on otherwise at the Wine Academy of Utah.
Yeah, at the wineacademyofutah.com, what we've been doing, just like everyone else, have had to pivot, and we're providing a lot of online classes. For example, just last night, we're providing classes and wine tastings, as even cocktail tastings online with companies. So, for example, companies are using our services for client retention. So they're coordinating on a Zoom or a WebEx call, whatever the online platform is, and I'm conducting wine tastings for an organization, drawing their customers in, their valued clients, or even team building. So this has been a really interesting, 5 months ago, I would never have been even thinking about this. But here we are doing these 2 and 3, 4 times a month with organizations. So it's been really exciting to be able to continue the education, keeping client retention or team building services alive on an online platform. So it's been really exciting.
Hey, Jimmy, what do you think the odds are? I know a lot of organizations, a lot of restaurants and bars have been angling for curbside cocktail, beer, and wine pickup. Think there's any chance of that happening?
There should be. Right now, in fact, if you were a tavern or a beer, if you had a beer license, you are in fact allowed to have takeaway containers of beer, same proof beer that you have at the grocery store. So right now that law exists on the books. So it's not anything that they really have to rediscover. They just have to expand it a little bit. And in times of COVID, we're all changing and shifting. So there's no reason that we shouldn't be allowed to do that, especially delivery, because that leans into the whole thing of, hey, you're not drinking and driving. You're getting the booze delivered right to your house. So what's the big deal?
Should be for
exactly.
Yeah, I would think they would be for it. But, no, can't make things easy for you.
WineAcademyofUtah.com. Lots of great stuff there, and you can interact with Jimmy just like we do once a month here and occasionally elsewhere, and you will always find an interaction with Jimmy Santangelo to be a most delightful experience.
Take some lessons from Jimmy online, or have him do a backyard presentation, which I have scheduled.
Oh, you do? Yeah, because we did one of those with Festus and his wife, and it was great fun.
I'm looking forward to it.
That was a blast. Me too. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Jimmy Santangelo, WineAcademyofUtah.com.
Have another drink and feel alright. If you feel down and you're under the weather, have another drink and feel alright.
Traffic, Gina.
Multi-vehicle crash northbound I-15 approaching 200 North in Kaysville. Cars on both shoulders and down an embankment. There's debris on the road, blocking the right 2 lanes, and heard from a couple friends of the program that are dealing with that. They sent in their complaints, their alerts, to 33986, which is what you can do too. If you see something, I will happily pass it along for you. Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com.
Boners round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you will be considering this time. Boner candidate number 1. Let's make them keep driving those death traps, shall we? Boner candidate number 2. Wait, you too? You stole a car too? And boner candidate number 3. You know, I'm pretty sure that ain't Mama.
Boner
Pretty
candidates.
sure, not absolutely sure.
I'm
but
pretty sure that
pretty
ain't
sure.
Mama.
All right, we got round 2 of your boners. Big boy news all coming up. Stand by for that. Quick quack. Quick quack car wash.
The car washes, man, these quick quack car washes, which is kind of hard to say, I think.
Quick quack.
No, it's fun to say
Quick
quick
quack.
quack car wash.
23 of them now located along the Wasatch Front.
Really?
3 more opening in the next couple of months in
Wow.
Eagle Mountain, in North Salt Lake, Brigham City. These are great car washes.
You know, I'm obsessed with clean, and that's not just in my house. I'm obsessed with a clean car.
So go to don'tdrivedirty.com and you'll find a Quick Quack car wash near you. They're clean and green, earth friendly. They are fast, they clean, they love your car, and people love them. It's a 3-minute wash. And again, everywhere along the Wasatch Front. 23 locations, Quick Quack car wash. Find one near you by going to don'tdrivedirty.com.
Deli. Deli. Spell it with me now. D-E-L-I. And now we'll use it in some dialogue with Lavar and his friend Elder Legrand R. Dunn Jr. It's Sunday, and Lavar has come over to his friend Legrand's home to see why Elder Dunn is not in church. Again, the word is deli. Let's listen.
Come in.
Oh, there you are, Legrand. Home all alone in front of the TV on Sunday. I know, I can see the church parking lot from my trailer home, and when I saw your minivan pull up for the meeting, and your wife Midge and all the little Dunn kids pile out without their daddy, I figured something was up. Something is up, isn't it, Legrand? It ain't like you to miss church. How come you ain't there?
Well, I ain't feeling well, Lavar. I spent the night working up my guts. I had stuff running out of both ends, Lavar. I ain't been up to snuff for the past few months, as a matter of fact. I don't know what is in me, but it ain't fun.
So that's why you ain't in church, huh? Of course, the fact that your favorite team, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, is playing them red-hot Arizona Cardinals today don't have nothing to do with it, does it?
No, it don't. I really am sick. I'm just starting to feel a little bit better right now. My stomach is almost settled.
Oh, looky there. Buddy Ryan is yelling at one of his players. Oh, yuck. Here. Aim for the bucket. Oh, you are a mess, Legrand. A real mess.
I need for you to do me a favor, Lavar.
What?
I need you to go to the Circle K and get me some 7-Up. And if you would you just make me up some nice warm milk toast? I need to eat, but it has to be something mild, like milk toast.
Who do you think I am, your wife? Hey, why ain't she here?
She had the lesson in Relief Society today. Oh, I'm sick.
Look, you got to start taking your vitamins, Legrand. You need to take your vitamin C. You need to take your sulfur pills. You need your cat fur oil. You need your seaweed and plenty of that crab shell calcium and ragweed. You need to take all that stuff on a daily basis.
Every day?
Every day.
I need to take that stuff daily?
Yep, a good handful of vitamins on a daily basis.
I know you don't hardly ever get sick, Lavar. You take all them things daily?
Well, that stuff don't work on me like it works on most people. I just try to drink a pint of cheap rum every day. Yep, pint of rot gut hooch deli does the trick for me.
Bill Allred, Gina Barberi, Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, it is 8:19 right now, and it is time for round 2 of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. Then we'll take both of these winners and put them against each other, and boner of the day will be decided by you at 9:20 this morning. All right, so right now you got to pick your champion of round 2 to send forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now. A third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Someday, it gives you something to look forward to. We all need something to look forward to. Some people are looking forward to being able to go on a vacation. Others are looking forward to getting their Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
We all need something we can look forward to. Boner candidate number 1. Wait, you too? You stole a car too? A police chase in Oregon ended up with a driver fleeing authorities in a stolen car and crashing into a woman driving another stolen car. This debacle took place Monday when police responded to a report of a stolen Toyota Land Cruiser driving through downtown Newberg, Oregon. A pursuit ensued, lasted for several blocks until the driver crashed into another car near an intersection. Cops identified the driver of the first car as Randy Lee Cooper of Portland. After taking Mr. Cooper into custody, the police realized that the second car had also been reported stolen in an unrelated crime 3 weeks ago.
You can hear how this would go. You can hear the police officer going, "Ma'am, I'm sorry, are you okay? We need your information for the police report." And her going, no, that's okay, everything's fine.
No, that's not what she would have said, Gina.
No?
She would have said, no, it's okay. It's okay, I'm fine. Because that driver, Kristen Nicole Begue, was under the influence of alcohol. After taking Cooper into custody, they found that she had also stolen a car. Mr. Cooper was charged with unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, and Kristen Nicole Begue was also charged with that crime and being under the influence of alcohol. I'm predicting a wedding. Boner candidate number 2. You too? You stole a car too? Here's boner candidate number 2. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on for 1 second here. Sometimes this happens and things disappear kind of mysteriously from the platform I used to put these boner candidates on, and so I have to now look this up again. It'll take 1 second. Just bear with me. There it is. I can click on it right there and get them in the proper order. So number 1 was...
You stole a car too.
No, that wasn't number 1.
Oh, now what are we going to do?
That was number 2. Well, if you go to the website, I don't know what's the best thing to do. Switch them on the website? Because number 1 had disappeared from my screen, and I didn't realize that. I just clicked on the first one in the list, and it was...
Katie, what should we do here?
Bill, you read them the way you want. We'll switch them as you read them.
Okay, so number 1 is you too. You stole a car too, the one I just did. Here's number 2. Let's just keep them driving those death traps, shall we? The United States Postal Service delivery truck, the U.S.'s Post Office's longest-lasting vehicles. They have been catching fire at a rate of 70 per year since 2014.
What do you mean when you catching fire, just like spontaneously catch?
Yes. When you hear the word mail truck, do you imagine that boxy white and blue vehicle with the steering wheel on the right side? Do you picture it engulfed in flames? Probably not, but it happens more often than you would think. The image has become common in recent years, to a shocking degree. A new investigation by Motherboard, Vice's long-form investigative enterprise, so this comes from Vice News, details the alarming trend in which more than 400 U.S. Postal Service delivery trucks have been damaged or destroyed by fire since May 2014. That means, on average, a U.S. Postal Service delivery truck is catching fire every 5 days.
Wow.
Reporter Aaron Gordon broke the story, and he and Motherboard obtained nearly 4,000 pages of fire investigation reports through the Freedom of Information Act. According to a tweet posted by the reporter, Gordon, it began with a handwritten letter he received some months ago, which contained one sentence: file a Freedom of Information Act request with the U.S. Postal Service for truck fires and see what you get.
Well.
This is endangering the lives. Now, I'm trying to see here.
Post office.
These trucks were purchased between 1987 and 1994, and each vehicle manufactured to last an average of 24 years. So the ones that are still in service are from 26 to 33 years old, well past their useful lives, and they are catching fire. I'm trying to see if there have been people injured in them as well. But it's just, and because of government meddling in the post office,
yes,
they seem to be unable to take care. Oh, here it is. If the old trucks are catching fire with such frequency, why are they still using them? It's because the Postal Accountability and Enhancement Act, which Congress passed in 2006, under that law, they are required to set aside $72 billion to cover health care for current and future employees for the next 75 years. No other federal agency or private corporation has to meet that standard, according to... So that's where they can't spare the money to buy new trucks because Congress has said, you have to do this.
Because Congress kind of wants to screw the post office, make it hard for them to operate. I don't understand this post office hate. I just don't get it.
Yeah. Boner candidate number 2, which is called Death Traps. What is it? The Death Traps, anyway.
All right. Here's a texter. My postal truck burned up a couple of years ago. Happened in about 30 minutes after I left for the day.
So weird.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, it's the wiring gets old.
And
then,
All right.
Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. I'm pretty sure that ain't Mama.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by...
Salt Lake Downtown Farmers Market is now open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Pioneer Park, recognized as an essential grocery service and an economic lifeline for local farmers and producers. Learn more at slcfarmersmarket.org.
Kanye West's family is worried about him, seriously concerned, because they've seen this before. And they are saying he is in the throes of a serious bipolar episode.
That would make sense.
Yeah. Kanye's sources say he suffers a serious bout with his bipolar disorder about once a year. I mean, it's always kind of there, but it gets really bad about once a year. And they say he's in the midst of one right now. He's announced that he's running for president, and he also did a rambling interview with Forbes magazine, which drew harsh criticism and confusion and concern from family members, because they say, as we read his words in the interview, that's bipolar. That's bipolar Kanye speaking. It makes me feel bad for the guy, really. I feel just bad for him.
Clearly he's mentally ill.
Governor Herbert announced yesterday that masks will be required for all kindergarten through 12th grade public and charter schools. That comes with mixed reactions from parents.
How?
I don't know why, but you would
reactions?
think there would be only one reaction. Thank you, Governor Herbert.
Yeah.
If that's what it takes to go back to school, well, that's great. Let's get it done so these kids can get the education they need, said Rochelle Sheldon, a parent and teacher. I feel like masks aren't a one-size-fits-all, Steve Alsop said, who has 3 school-age children. Her biggest concern for her 4th grader, who has learning disabilities. So she's worried about
And those are
that.
concerns.
When schools closed down, it was so hard. My son, he couldn't do the online learning. We were frustrated. We cried. We cried a lot, to be completely honest. She said, I don't agree with mandating masks. Asking children ages 2 and up, those with disabilities, those without disabilities, I think it's kind of a joke, really, she said. Wearing masks in school could mean saving a grandparent or a mother of 2, said Susie Jacobson. So, I don't know. So what do you do with the littlest kids who are going to have a hard time not fiddling with their masks, keeping them on?
Keep them home?
I think even little kids are not stupid. If you continually reinforce the fact that you have to wear this, and you should not be touching it or messing with it. Now, I think most kids will eventually get the idea. Now, if it's a kid with learning disabilities, that's another matter. If they're developmentally disabled in some way, but most kindergartners are. I mean, that's part of what going to kindergarten is, isn't it? Learning how to behave in society.
And parents can help by practicing this at home now.
Yeah, start getting them used to it.
Yeah, don't wait until school and then try to tell them in the car on the way to school, oh, by the way, you have to wear this mat. Start doing it at home. Make it, we need to normalize it. This is another reason to have the mandate, so kids, when they're out and about, they see this is what everybody's doing.
And if anybody says anything to you, Jimmy, just say, Governor Herbert said I had to do it. District Attorney Sim Gill has announced that it's time to start a second conversation about the laws surrounding officer-involved shootings in Utah. He made the statements after announcing 2 Salt Lake City police officers were, according to Utah law, justified in using deadly force against Bernardo Palacios Carabal. Gill said he's confident with his decision based on the way Utah laws are written. But he went on to say he believes that the laws could be improved. Quote, we can have a second conversation about criminal justice reform. We can have a second conversation about police brutality and those concerns that are there, he said. Hopefully, we have that conversation to change the laws. In fact, I've said it a few times in the past, if we want different outcomes, we have to change the law. That conversation is an important conversation, he said. He didn't go into any detail, by the way, about how he believed the law should be changed or how it would have made a difference in this particular case. But I think he's clearly indicating, A, he believes there should be some changes, and B, it might have made a difference in his findings in this case. Because in his news conference yesterday, he read the law. He read the statute word for word. And it's pretty broad. It's pretty broad.
You need to put this back. If you're upset about this, we beat this drum all the time about how important your vote is. Who you vote for that's in the Utah State Legislature, that is where these laws come from. That is where you affect change. Sim Gill does not make the laws. He's bound to enforce them. And he said as much yesterday, and I have to follow this. This is what it is, whether I agree with it or not. So
it depends on who you vote for. And currently, you have voted for no one that's good. So, so you ought to fix that. Alexander Vindman, a key witness in President Trump's impeachment inquiry, is retiring from the U.S. Army after more than 21 years of military service because he determined the president ruined his future. His future in the armed forces will be forever limited due to political retaliation by the president and by his allies, his lawyer said. Vindman has endured a campaign of bullying, intimidation, and retaliation, spearheaded by the president following his testimony in the impeachment inquiry last year, according to his attorney, Ambassador David Pressman. News of Vindman's retirement marks the culmination of a months-long saga dating back to his public testimony in November. Trump fired Vindman as the top Ukraine expert in the National Security Council in February, and also ousted his twin brother, who also played a key role in impeachment proceedings while serving at the White House as a lawyer. You look too much like Alexander. I know you're twins. I couldn't bear to see Alexander's face around anymore, and I was afraid it would be. I just can't stand it. You're out. You're gone. Let's see. 3 houses caught fire in Mill Creek, and that's pretty unusual, pretty weird. So the fire department, they're looking to see if there's any connection or if it's just a coincidence.
That's 3 and 1. That's. Yeah. I'm suspicious.
A petition to change a high school mascot has led to fierce resistance in Bountiful, Utah.
No.
Where the Bountiful Braves, they say it was just a way to honor American Indians. And the mayor has supported keeping the name, but there are many people who want to get rid of the name. And it's going to tear the town apart for a while until they eventually get rid of it. Salt Lake City's Maza restaurant.
Yeah, that was made me sad.
Ali Sabah, he owns three of them, Maza restaurants. The original one up on 15th and 15th.
Had dinner from there last night.
And then he went to the 9th and 9th, and he opened up a beautiful restaurant there that's been successful for a long time. And then I haven't been to the one he opened in Sandy recently, but he said, and that's the largest of the locations. The one at 15th and 15th is just tiny. And since the coronavirus, he's been doing takeout from the 15th and 15th location. I don't think he's been doing that at 9th and 9th.
That's been totally closed. And that restaurant is a beautiful restaurant.
Yeah, it's nice inside. Very nice.
The decorations and everything are so nice.
Would you like a really gory crime story before we go, Gina?
Sure.
An Ohio man cut off a woman's fingers and used a razor to remove her tattoos before stuffing her body in a barrel.
Oof.
Court documents say. Ex-con, I wouldn't be telling you this story, but Gina loves them. Ex-con William Slayton was arrested on June 30th when cops responded to his home to check out a report that a woman was inside a barrel at the home. So I can imagine the call. Hello? Police? Yeah, there's a guy in my building. He's got a woman in a barrel.
Now that sounds like, is that a live woman in a barrel? Nope.
No.
Not a live woman.
Nope. Officers told Slayton why they were there. We have a report that there's a woman in a barrel here. They said he went back inside the house and then into his backyard and tossed a barrel over a fence.
Now, there's no barrel here.
But didn't you just throw a barrel over the fence?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. It's not my barrel.
The body of the woman, who was identified as 21-year-old Cecily Cornett, was discovered inside the barrel. Slayton told detectives he found Cornett's body hanging in his basement after he had used narcotics one morning. And he said, I didn't know what to do, so I decided to cut off her fingers and slice off her tattoos and put her in a barrel.
Because,
that's the response.
We ain't buying it.
He let the woman's body stay in his basement for several days before putting her in a barrel in his backyard. And then when the cops got there, and they watched him do it, he tossed the barrel.
What? Nothing? I don't know what you're talking about.
What are you doing with that barrel? What? What barrel? What? I don't know what you're talking about. All right, that's it.
Sports, weather, traffic.
A 2-year-old colt named Fauci. That's right. Named after Dr. Anthony Fauci.
Well, is the colt's full name Dr. Anthony Fauci?
It's just Fauci.
He's a mutter, I understand.
His mutter was a mutter. Got the win at Keeneland Racetrack Thursday night in Lexington, Kentucky. You know, keeping socially distant from the other people in the race. Fauci was named back in March to honor, of course, Dr. Fauci, and he's been doing pretty well so far. He galloped to second place finish at the Belmont Park in his debut race back in June. Keep wearing your masks and rooting for Fauci in any way that he shows himself. Don't forget, this weekend, tomorrow actually, you can actually go to a live in-person soccer game. It's the Real Monarchs. They'll be playing at Rio Tinto Stadium, and it's an in-person game that they are selling very limited tickets to, and those limited tickets are because they're going to try to spread people out throughout the stadium, keep you socially distant, comfortable, and safe. They're taking extra health precautions there. If you're interested in going, it's tomorrow, 2 p.m., Rio Tinto Stadium. You can find out more about tickets and what they're doing for safety protocols either by going to realmonarchs.com or call them 844-REAL-TICKS. Weather, it is hot. If you like that sort of thing, you're going to love the next multiple days because I see no change in sight. In fact, it's getting even hotter tomorrow, 99, maybe up to 100 for a high tomorrow. And because of all these very warm days and no air mixing around, we do have bad air here in the Salt Lake Valley. Specifically, go to x96.com. We've got our UCare program going on. It gives you some information on what you can do to help keep the air from getting too bad. Limit your driving, mowing your lawn at different times of the day, putting Tier 3 gas in your car, that kind of thing. You can find out more about that at x96.com from UCare. Traffic, I haven't gotten a recent update about that bad accident in Kaysville. If any friends of the program are close by 200 North in Kaysville on I-15 northbound, I'd appreciate an update because it was a multiple vehicle crash, cars off to the side of the road, debris in the roadway causing backup. So give us an update. Text it to us, 33986.
Here's boner candidate number 3. I'm pretty sure that ain't Mama. A family in Charlotte, North Carolina went to say their final goodbyes to their loved one, and they opened the casket and they said, you know, something doesn't look quite right here. Come to find out that she was switched in a casket with another woman who had just passed away. York Memorial Park is where the family thought that they had laid Elise McInnes to rest. Days after her July 2nd funeral, they found out that their burial was for a complete stranger in this awful body mix-up. Police in the funeral business saying, you know, we have never seen anything quite like this. She didn't deserve this. Mama didn't deserve this. Nobody deserves this, said Jerry Bowman, son of the 75-year-old woman. Passed away June 26th. The Bowman family said that the Alexander Funeral Home had somebody else's body in their loved one's casket. Yes, it's been confirmed that White was actually buried in the family by the family of 91-year-old Elise McInnes. Well, that don't look quite like Mama. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, so there you go. Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Wait, you too? You stole a car too? An Oregon man driving a stolen car crashes into a woman who was drunk driving another stolen car. Boner candidate number 2. Let's just keep them driving those death traps, huh? Postal Service trucks are catching fire, and they have been for years, and nobody's doing much about it. And boner candidate number 3, I'm pretty sure that ain't Mama.
Okay, here we go. You've got to decide. Of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? If it wins here, it goes up against the winner of round 1's voting, which we did an hour ago. We'll take both of our winners, the winner of each round, and put them against each other for boner fight at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day for real. Right now, You're picking the champion for round 2. Here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. Put that number, that single digit, is all the computer needs to count it, in the message of a text. Then text that to 33986. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. When you get to x96.com, refresh, because we've made some changes. And then you'll look for the box that says Boner Voting July 10, 2020, and vote there. All right? You have until the end of these messages to do so. Let's go. This is round 2.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. Our elders are tracking their way across the cosmos, looking for prospective converts, when suddenly they find themselves aboard the last surviving battlestar, Galactica, where our elders are introduced to Commander Adama.
Quiet, Muffy. They don't look like Cylons.
Welcome. I'm Commander Adama.
Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons. Say, you look like that guy from Bonanza.
I am in command of this fleet, and we are searching for the lost tribe of humans and a shining planet called Earth.
What a coincidence! We're from Earth. Would this lost tribe you're looking for just happen to go by the name of Nephites?
No, I don't think so. What can you tell us of Earth?
Well, everybody there is pretty much like us.
Hey, Lehi, why don't you show them the Saturday's Warrior holographic disc that your mom sent you?
Look, Muffy. They have more teeth than you do.
And you say this pretty well represents Earth?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Colonel Ty, turn the fleet around and set course for Cylon.
Father, you can't be serious.
Son, if we have to choose between genocide and a life with those Saturday's Warrior people, I'll take my chances with the Cylons.
So, I guess this means that you won't be joining our church then.
Apollo, Starbuck, show these two to a launch bay, and make sure they take that holodisc with them.
Oh, Felger Carb.
Elder Jensen, watch your language.
Fleeing the Lex Diazobedo tyranny, the last battlestar, Galactica, sets off for a shining planet called Cylon. Join us next time to hear Elder Jensen say,
Hey, do you think that kid knows that his dog is really just a monkey in an orange dog suit?
On the next brain-numbing episode of Space Elders.
48 right now. Time to award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by an avocado.
A whole avocado?
Well, it was a half an avocado.
Oh, okay. And get rewarded every time you use your Visa Rewards credit card from Cyprus Credit Union. For a limited time, receive triple points on all restaurant purchases, double points on gas and groceries. Visit cypruscu.com or a branch today.
Boner candidate number 1. Wait, you stole a car too? It's a story of a man driving a stolen car, crashing into a woman who was also driving a stolen car. What a coinkydink. Boner candidate number 2. Yeah, let's just make them keep driving those death traps, shall we? Postal Service trucks that have been catching fire for years. What was the figure? 40 a year? Something like that?
More than that, I thought, yeah.
And then boner candidate number 3. Well, I'm pretty sure that ain't Mama. I didn't get to the last lines of that story. One of the family members said that they're embarrassed and heartbroken. She says some of the people thought that Mama looked different, but they weren't sure because of the embalming process. That was boner candidate number 3. But the winner, boner candidate number 2, let's make them keep driving these death traps.
That's your winner of round 2. Goes forward, might be boner of the day. Goes up against the winner of round 1. Boner fight happens at 9:20. That is when you will decide boner of the day. All right, let's, she's on the phone. Let's go to Mayor Jenny Wilson.
Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson. How are you, Mayor Wilson?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I think we're getting along okay. As it goes. These here are crazy times, though.
Yes, they are.
Can I
No
thank
doubt.
you, Mayor Wilson, for being a resident of Salt Lake County. I feel safer with you in charge. I feel like you care, and I feel like you're fighting the good fight to keep us all safe, and I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Gina. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of twists and turns in this, and there's a lot of uncertainty. And I do feel that it was the right decision to require masks in the county. We've all seen the difference, right? And it's not my opinion. It's the epidemiologists and the people on top of this from the medical side that know that spread is through the mouth typically. And by covering our nose and mouth, we're saving lives. So, yeah, I feel like we're at an important milestone. We're seeing a lot more compliance in the county. We've all seen people who choose not to, go with the required face covering, but we're seeing really strong compliance generally. And I'm looking forward to seeing some impact in the data. It's a little too soon. I'm checking it every day, and I'm very hopeful.
But I also think it's important for people to think it's not health versus the economy, because in my mind, being pro-mask is being pro-economy, because I am more likely to go shop and go to restaurants and things in a place where I know that people are wearing masks. I feel safer there, so I feel more like spending my money. I think it's pro-economy.
Absolutely. And, I think that's a false narrative. We can frequent really any business with a face covering on. There are very few that you can, and we've got our hair salons back open, and they're doing such a great job. Our barbers, our hair salons, just going out for errands. Everybody's really been great business owners in making it work, and a face covering is a little thing, and I can tell you I'm really pleased when I see kids wearing them. And I've got kids, and I think about this journey for them, and there's a lot of life lessons that are positive, and as hard as this is, and I think I'm hopeful that post-COVID we're all just smarter about our health because of this experience.
It's a good point, although we have the tendency to sort of forget things. I mean, if our memories were really strong, once a woman had had one baby, she'd never have another one. But no, you forget. You kind of forget, and then
that's true. That's true.
Let me ask you just sort of a political question. I maintain that there are, and I won't name them to you, that there are political leaders in the state of Utah who know that the best thing to do would be to have a statewide mandate for people to wear masks. They know that to be the case. But they say, well, we don't want to do that. We will just encourage people to wear masks because, well, it would be difficult to enforce. And I maintain that they're doing that not because they're stupid, but because they're afraid they'll lose constituents. How have your constituents responded to the fact that you've said, everyone in Salt Lake County, you better wear a mask?
Well, it's generally been positive. I mean, we get a lot more communications from the public during COVID than we used to. I mean, this is a time for very, very deep engagement in the community. That's obvious.
Mm-hmm.
So it's mixed. I mean, we generally get people saying what Gina said. Thank you. Good call. Some continue to battle. And, I've had the benefit of the health department, one desk away from mine, working very, very closely through this crisis. And I'm so appreciative of Gary Edwards, our health department director. The staff are amazing. They do such a great job. So it's pretty easy for me to do what I believe is the right call because I've got health advisors at my side. So that's my thing. I think all elected officials need to pay attention to the epidemiologists, the health officials, the CDC. It's really complicated early because there were so many balls in the air and so many important elements to how do you address a pandemic. And now that the dust is settled, we really do know what matters at this point in time. There's still a lot we don't know, but we do know certain things. And so, I've tried to ignore the politics really and focus on health and had the benefit of science at my side, and that's really helped me.
Did any advisor say to you though, Jenny, if you do this, you're going to lose votes?
No, I mean I guess it's because
they know
I don't know. I think well, you're right. Yeah, they know I'm going to do what I think makes sense. But also, we have done so much to support the economy and continue to. I'm excited about, the opportunities that we're able to provide. I mean, I'm also heartbroken when we see businesses that need more. But, we're able right now to provide a $40 million fund for small businesses. I hope everybody knows about that. Check our website out at slco.org and find out if you're eligible for relief because we've been able to provide funds to small business. So I think we've found that balance and we'll continue to. And there are just certain days where health decisions are on the front burner and certain days where economic recovery is on the front burner, but we're doing both throughout. Cool. And great teams working on both those things.
Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson, thanks a lot for taking some time with us. I think you're doing great work as the mayor, as Gina indicated, and Kerry, I know, also. So thanks, and we'll talk to you again next week, okay?
All right, thank you. Have a good weekend.
Thank you very much. Traffic.
Yeah, a friend of the program says traffic in Kaysville is flowing smoothly past the accident. They have it almost cleaned up fully. Thank you. That's what I was looking for, a little confirmation there. I rely on you, friends of the program, to help us out with traffic alerts. That was the only incident I needed to tell you about, so now I'll just tell you about this. During the month of July, Scott Hale's offering a $29 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
All right, 8:57. Yeah, I say we just put Dr. Dunn, we put Aaron and Jenny in charge of everything. Just the three, between the three of them, they're incredibly smart.
What do you want, a matriarchy?
Yes,
sure,
please.
Sure, let's give that a shot.
I'm telling you that's what I would expect from you Soros people.
The patriarchy. The patriarchy ain't worked for 250 years, so let's try something else.
Obama!
Flip it on its head. Okay, let's take a break. We will be back. Potty break is on the way. Also, boner of the day, and then boner of the week after that. So stand by for all of that on the way. Let's see. Oh, ranlife.com.
So I'm doing a refinance. I decided to take the plunge
Oh, yeah.
and refinance with Ran Life. And since I did a refinance a few years ago, I think this is the third time I've done it, refinance my mortgage, it's gotten even easier to do. And, of course, the rates are incredibly low. So I thought I had and I did. I had a very low rate on my mortgage. I'm just doing a refinance, and I'm dropping the number of years to refinance, and I'm going to save over, almost $250,000 a year, or $250,000 on a refinance.
Wow, pretty good.
It's really good, and it's so easy to do it. If you call Ran Life, 801-478-4500, they can get the process going quickly. And they have a website where the documents that you require, you don't even have to go into the office. You can just dump the documents they want onto the website, and it uploads them. It's amazing. So 801-478-4500 or ranlife.com.
Let me just throw you a really quick story from New York. We stayed at the Grand Hyatt, which was in near Grand Central Station.
It sounds grand.
It was very nice.
There's the regular Hyatt and then the Grand.
The Grand Hyatt. First of all, there once again, my big complaint with hotels, no exhaust fan in the bathroom. I hate that.
You know, I had an electrician working on my house the other day. You know what they refer to those as?
What?
The fart fan.
Exactly.
Oh, nice.
Exactly.
Is that what you need it for?
Said I forgot to bring you the fart fan. We'll bring that by and put the.
And here's why it would have helped on this trip. Okay, so my lovely wife Sue, who's just a dainty flower. She yelled at me, "Hey, the shower drain, the bathtub drain is clogged. I can't get it to drain." So as we're showering, it's like filling up with dirty water. I said, well, let me call down to the front desk. We'll get a maintenance guy up here to drain it.
Okay.
So after the showers are taken, Sue needs to go in and relieve herself.
I didn't think
take
she
a
did.
dump.
Yes,
okay.
take a dump.
All right.
And that's my dainty flower, my lovely wife Sue. Man, she stunk up the place.
Okay.
Because when you travel, it's you're
rich.
I'm sure she appreciates
a lot of rich.
discussing this.
She really bad. And again, there's no fart fan.
It was an eye burner.
Yeah, it was an eye burner, exactly. Yeah. And again, no fart fan. So what happens is that she's still in there finishing up, and maintenance guy at the door. Right?
Oh no, it's so embarrassing.
It's so embarrassing.
That's so embarrassing.
So I said, there's a clogged. I opened the door, clogged drain in the tub, and he tries to move toward me like I'm going to go in. I said, no. She's in there.
You really don't want to go in there.
I said,
Just
she's
say,
in there.
Can you come back and?
Well, I'd already put him off a half hour so we could shower.
Why don't you sit down and have a drink?
I should have done that.
Yeah.
I should have done that because we had some nice vodka in the room.
Would you care for something from the mini bar?
So
it's on me.
So then Sue comes out. He goes in, and I hear. Ah! It went like this.
Oh.
That Krusty the Clown kind of. And he's in there working, and then I hear, "It's all yours," and the front door slam.
He's out.
He didn't bother to say, here's what happened or anything. It's all yours. Out the door.
That would be a horrible job. He's got to do that all day.
Well, at least you didn't hear, "I'm blind."
That's what I thought I might hear. Because I'll be honest with you, man.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
It was awful.
Yeah.
I'm sure she appreciates this conversation.
Did you clear that story with her? Honestly,
guess I should have.
You didn't. You didn't. See, if I were going to tell a story like that about my wife,
you'd clear it.
I would. I would say, "Do you mind if?"
And I just wouldn't.
And my guess is she would say, "I'd rather you didn't," and then I wouldn't. But
did you get texted?
Yeah.
Are you in trouble?
Once again, I'm jealous.
Huh?
How am I jealous? It did not smell that bad, and he made no sigh. Hon, you didn't hear the sigh. I'm sorry. You didn't hear the sigh. It was audible.
Maybe that was just he was letting all of his breath out so that he could hold it for the entire
That's
time.
what it was.
Or he was bending over to the tub.
Yeah.
You know how you do.
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
sure that's what it was.
I'm dead. Because on this day,
in 1989, one of my brown, inappropriate musical crushes, Samir Gahia of Young the Giant, was born.
How was he, like 30 years younger than you?
He was born in 1989. You do the math.
Yeah, well, I don't. No, I'm not going to do the math. Way too young for you. Yeah, but he's inappropriate is the word to use, I guess.
Yes.
I don't know what I'm going to do here.
What's the matter?
I just got this at my door. It's a hamburger salad.
Oh, I forgot.
From Diversion Eatery.
Does that mean I have food at my door that I...
You might. I just happened to be downstairs and there was a knock on the door.
I forgot Diversion Eatery is delivering to us this morning.
And this is a hamburger salad, and this burger is warm, which is really it's pretty good eating it cold, too, with the salad. But I feel like I should just sit here and eat this and not do anything else. Diversion Eatery. They just got a hold of us yesterday and said we're going to deliver some food.
I completely
So have they come
forgot.
yet, Gina?
They're not here yet, and I am mad because I just ate breakfast. Do you know what my breakfast was?
What was that?
No, I don't, Gina.
Yesterday was National Sugar Cookie Day, and my daughter made sugar cookies, so I just had a sugar cookie.
So you haven't had breakfast.
There is motion at my front door right now. I'll bet that's them.
I'll bet it's them.
I'll bet
See,
that's
I was
them.
first because I live closest to Diversion Eatery. That's what the deal is.
Oh, that's funny.
I mean, I want to dive into this thing now.
Well, no, we got a show to do, Bill.
Well, I'm going to eat in the commercial break.
Yeah, but you always think that. And
The
then
hamburger patty is still warm, Gina.
People are suggesting this is a new feature, Eating on the Radio Friday. So instead of let's go to the phones, it's let's go to the forks.
Yeah, good. I like it.
Well, Diversion Eatery has one of my favorite burgers. They're just delicious.
They do have a really good burger there. Everything I've had from there has been really good. So,
do you happen to have their address handy, Gina? As long as we're doing this impromptu commercial for they're on.
Sorry, hold on. I was resetting my camera because it has been trouble today for some reason.
All of them have been kind of troublesome today. Carrie's the only one who hasn't frozen up. But
diversioneatery.com is the website. The address is 535 North, 300 West in Salt Lake. So they're doing curbside. They're doing delivery. Their menu is online at diversioneatery.com. And they do a fine job.
So try this hamburger salad. I'm not kidding you. I thought it was an odd idea. But then when I tried it, when Gina and I went in there, so this is a warm hamburger patty, and it's on cheese, and then it's got pickles around. It's like a cheeseburger without a bun. It's a cheeseburger nestled into a salad.
So if you're trying to be a little healthier without the bread part, that's
actually sounds pretty good.
Except now I got this dressing on it. I don't remember what kind of dressing this is, but I'm sure that's not low calorie.
But not low calorie means it's delicious.
But look what I got, too.
What does it come with?
Mint.
You get the Andes mints.
Yeah. These don't say Andes on them, so I think they're Andes-like mints. And
they look good.
Toothpicks.
Well, you'll need those.
Wow.
Great, something else for you to put in your mouth while you're talking on the radio. That's perfect.
And we need a jingle. Talking with your mouth full Friday. John. On X96.
Diversion Eatery is, and it's a good business to patronize too. There's been a lot of movement to patronize minority-owned businesses, and for Black Lives Matter and all of that sort of thing. And one of the owners is a person of color, and the delivery person was a person of color who brought it.
Now I'm going to go check again. I think I heard something.
She's turning off her mic and going and running to check.
That's so it's bad if I eat while I'm doing the show, but she can just disappear.
Walk off the show. That's different.
So maybe I should just walk off the show and eat.
Well, but see, she's not making any noise is the thing. Maybe that's the problem.
That's a good thing, I guess.
She just turned her mic off and ran away.
I've been told there are those who love it when I eat on the air.
Who?
Well, just various people have said that. There are some people who don't care for it.
I want a list of names.
All right, let's do a poll. Can we set up a
these.
poll? Let's set up a poll.
And not anonymous. I want to see names so I can look them in the eye and ask them what's wrong with them. Oh, there's motion at my front door again.
Oh, yeah, the dogs are going crazy.
That's delivery. I think the other motion might have been the garbage truck. This is delivery for real.
Yeah.
All right, coming up, we've got boner fight on the way, along with
that's not as annoying. Is that as annoying as eating on the air, or?
Más o menos. It's x96.com/live. You can see us broadcasting live from our homes. But let's see, 9:13. The State of Utah COVID Task Force has a few words.
This is all for the greater good. Coronavirus.utah.gov. It takes all of us to slow the spread of the coronavirus. All ages need to do their part to help slow the virus. The workplace is a central spread place right now. The quickest way to reduce that is to stay home if you are sick. If you are slightly ill, you think something's wrong, don't go to work, and employers should not require their employees to come to work if they're sick. Also, reserve tests for only those who have one or more symptoms of COVID-19. Utahns are asked to take personal responsibility, adhere to physical distancing and mask wearing. There isn't a legal requirement to do so yet, but it may become necessary if you don't start doing it on your own. So, for all kinds of advice and other guidelines to follow, go to coronavirus.utah.gov.
So when is Seymour coming?
Well, he said he'd be here now. He says he's got some real good stuff for us, stuff that's going to make us some dough.
None of his ideas have panned out so far. You said hiring a personal manager to get us some outside projects would be a good thing.
I know.
You said that we'd start making some extra money.
I know.
Nothing so far, partner. Nil. Nothing. We haven't seen a dime.
Well, Seymour says we're too picky. Says we have to bend a little bit. That's got to be him. Come on in, Seymour.
Hey, that's pretty good. How did you know it was me?
Well, you said you'd be here at this time, and no one else ever visits us.
Yeah, and I could smell your aqua velva through the door.
Ah, powerful, ain't it? I love aqua velva.
So, Seymour, what kind of stuff have you got for us?
Well, first off, let me tell you, everybody wants a piece of your asses. Radio from Hell is hot right now. Hot! It's positively volcanic. Now, I can get you two volcanic gods a personal appearance fee to MC the grand opening of a new artificial limb store at a strip mall in downtown Nephi.
How much? How much money?
Well, no money. I got you trade for this one. You guys can take your pick of any partial orthopedic appliance you like. If you need full limbs, they want to charge you a little, like cost or something.
Well, I think I can speak for Bill when I say we pass.
Carrie, could we just put this one on hold? I need to speak with Aunt Esther and see if Uncle Clyde's hook is still busted.
All right, that's a maybe. I'll put this one on the maybe pile. Okay, here's the next offer. A big pharmaceutical concern in Santa Quinn.
Utah?
Yeah, Utah. This pharmaceutical company has a brand new hemorrhoid ointment, and they want you boys to be the spokesman. Now, before you say anything, just listen to some ad copy I was formulating in my head as I rode over here on the bus. Hi, we're Carrie and Bill, and being DJs, we spend most of the day sitting on our asses. Boy, do we know about hemorrhoids. Something, 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 vamp, vamp, vamp. So get rid of your hemorrhoids right away with Roid Away.
Roid Away?
Let me guess. No money for this one either? I think I speak for Bill when I say we will not endorse Roid Away for trade. Tell Roid Away to take their proposal and shove it up there.
No, hold on, Carrie. I've been kind of inflamed lately.
It's on the maybe pile. Here's the next deal. The mighty Morphin Hell Rangers. You two can morph from yourselves into these guys wearing tight leather outfits and football helmets.
Absolutely not. Look at Bill's gut. Do we want our fans to see that gut in tight leather? I think I speak for Bill when I say...
Wait, Carrie. Hey, Seymour, is it pink leather? I just love pink leather.
On the maybe pile. Finally this. You guys know them little Looney Tune Kids cartoons, Teeny Toons or whatever?
Yeah.
Very popular. Little Bobby? Huge. Muppet Babies? The biggest. Well, picture this. Carrie and Bill cartoons with the two of you as little baby DJs getting into all kinds of radio adventures at a grown-ups radio station. It's called Hell Babies. What do you say?
I want to turn this down, but before I do, let me ask Bill. What do you think?
Seymour,
would only my cartoon wear a diaper, or could I get to really wear a diaper sometimes?
On the maybe pile.
Maybe pile. Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
So x96.com/live. If you go there, you can take a look. Mine showed up.
What'd you get, Carrie? Oh, you got the sweet potato fries.
Yep, that's the wavy gravy burger, my favorite. And it comes with the gravy on the side.
It's from Diversion Eatery.
And I got a chocolate chip cookie.
And I'm pretty sure it was Ryan's wife that delivered my food, and I feel bad I don't know your name. If you're listening, Ryan, tell me what your wife's name is so I can thank her for bringing me this delicious burger.
If that was your wife, maybe that wasn't your wife, Ryan.
Well, whoever brought me this delicious burger, thank you. You know, Bill, you have to do the news and the boner fight.
Yeah, I know.
Bill.
I know. I got through the intro to keep eating. So.
Okay. We do have boner fight coming up here in about 7 minutes or so, 7 or 8.
Mm-hmm.
So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
Iconoclad has a variety of washable and filtered masks for adults and children. I think the one Katie's been showing you this morning, you got that at Iconoclad, I'm pretty sure. Shop online or in person at their walk-up window, 4th East, 3rd South in Salt Lake.
Oh, man, that's good. Okay, see?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine. Wait a minute. There's still just a little bit of food
You never
in there.
see Mark Cabell doing this, Bill, by the way.
That's because he's not smart enough.
My dogs usually don't come and visit me through the show down here in Dink Studios. They stay up with Mom. Yeah, they're both down here because of the food.
Daddy's got food. Well, I know you were all wondering how the Duke boys felt about this controversy over their car in the museum in Illinois. You know,
Tom Wopat and John Schneider, how they were feeling about it?
So it's the 1969 Dodge Charger called, to make it even better, it's got a Confederate flag on the top of it, and it's called the General Lee.
Yeah. It's on point.
I think I'm guessing that might have something to do with General Robert E. Lee of the Confederate.
Well, yes.
So you've been wondering, I'm sure, how the Duke boys feel about all of this.
Not really.
Both in jail?
Because they're both in some way, shape, or form kind of criminals,
Thank you, Mr. Soros. Speaking with the Hollywood Reporter in an interview published on Tuesday, actors John Schneider and Tom Wopat, who played Bo and his cousin Luke, respectively, along with the show's creator. I guess it's Guy, but he's from a poor family and he couldn't afford a U in his name, so it's G.Y. Guy Waldron. And they think that the criticism of the General Lee is unfair. John Schneider said, "I have never had an African American come up to me and have any problem with it whatsoever."
Well,
that's because they don't know who the hell you are.
They don't.
This whole politically correct generation has just gone way out of hand, he said.
Okay. Rather than learning from the young people.
He's one of those. Okay.
He is.
Wopat noted, things have changed in the last 40 years. Oh, really?
Okay, so at least he's made that observation. At least he's there.
He said, I'm fortunate to be living in a time when we can address some of the injustices of the past. But the car is innocent.
What
Now,
about the
by saying
injustices
that,
of the past, of you harassing women on the set, Tom? What about that?
By saying that the car is innocent, I think he means if you ask the car how it feels about things, it'll say, well, I don't have an opinion.
Unlike that Stephen King movie, what was it, Carrie? Or what? Well, no, what was the killer car? Christine. Yeah, now that car is not innocent.
No, that was an evil car.
Yes.
The General Lee has not been going around running people over. Attention is now turned to the Dukes of Hazzard Dodge Charger, which features the Confederate battle flag painted atop the vehicle, as calls to have the car removed from an Illinois auto museum. Now this is the show's creator.
Okay.
There are 80 million descendants of the Confederacy. 1 out of 4 people has that heritage. Most of them have no problem with the flag at all.
Well, okay,
this was a family show. Black families watched it for generations. I know this. I had a congregational office right there in the Martin Luther King district. King's right-hand man, Andy Young, is a dear friend of mine. I have a black friend. His name is Andy Young.
He played that card. Okay. Guy, let's have a talk about Hogan's Heroes now, shall we? Because that was a family show.
Mom. Schneider says, Mom, Grandma, everyone wanted to watch this show together.
That is true. A lot of things were wrong in the 70s. Now, here's the thing. I have no problem with the General Lee with a Confederate flag on the roof. And here's why. The General Lee is not in a public square paid for by taxpayer money.
Yeah.
It's in a museum where it belongs.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
where all
different.
that stuff belongs.
It's different.
In a museum.
Thank you, Mr. Soros. Your lips are moving, but I can hear his voice, Mr. Jackson.
Put it in a museum, and we're fine.
Protesters have gathered for weeks in front of the downtown Salt Lake City, or downtown Salt Lake District Attorney's office, Sim Gill's office, mostly sticking to their promise of demonstrating every evening until prosecutors release their reports on the investigation into the death of Bernardo Palacios Carbajal. Droves of them came out and yelled for justice for murder charges to be filed against the 2 officers who shot Mr. Palacios Carbajal as he ran from police, dropping and picking up a gun 3 times as he stumbled away. On Thursday, protesters got the report. They didn't get the charges that they wanted, and they kept another promise, one they've chanted for more than a month, anybody who would listen: no justice, no peace. In their eyes, they got no justice, so there would be no peace. They spilled red paint on the road and in front of the district attorney's office, streaked paint on the walkway and glass facade. Some took metal rods to the building, smashing 3 windows. Others confronted Salt Lake City police in riot gear, throwing bottles. Some police were injured in this, and officers responded by pushing some protesters to the ground and hitting them with clubs. A police car rammed into a protester's vehicle that was being used as a barricade, and at least one protester had to be carried away with an injury. One officer went to the hospital. It was mayhem. Governor Herbert declared a state of emergency late Thursday night. That order restricts access to the Capitol and approves the mobilization of Department of Public Safety resources as needed. That means the state police. So, high school sports are back.
Yeah, I want to talk with Amy about this when we have her on Monday.
The organization that governs high school sports in Utah announced that they will resume play in the fall semester. But the governing body, the Utah High School Activities Association, also warned that the season may not be normal. As COVID-19 continues to move through the community, there may be some start and stop to the season, said Rob Cuff, the executive director. We talked about that yesterday with our executive committee, which is made up of principals and athletic directors, but the resounding answer yesterday was to let's do what we can.
So there's a chart that lists if you're in an orange zone, this is how it's handled, yellow, green. Mm-hmm. And what I want to ask Amy about, and they don't address it really in this article, is so Salt Lake City schools, the city, is orange. There are several schools in Salt Lake City. And the way the Orange says is they can't participate not only at their school, but they can't even play schools outside of the Orange zone, is the way it's written. And I don't see that addressed in that article, and I want to know more about how that's going to work.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't say here at all.
We'll talk to Amy on Monday about it.
Get it all cleared up at that point.
It's Boner Fight, the final round.
All right, the winner from round one was Novak Djokovic, who said he's a victim of COVID-19 witch hunt, because even though people told him, don't do this, or if you do a tennis tournament in Serbia or wherever it was, try to make it safe. But he didn't do any of that. He got COVID. I think his wife got it too. Several of the players got it. And now he's being criticized for the tournament. He says that's a witch hunt, and he's a victim. It's going against number 2. Let's just make them keep driving these death traps. Postal Service trucks, according to an investigative report by Vice News, have been catching fire, and I mean burning completely, for years. They catch fire as they get old. They just stop. The wiring gets bad, and they'll catch fire. And this is not safe for postal workers.
No.
Boner candidate number 2.
Okay, there you go. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number. Put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text, and then text it to 33986. That's one way to vote for Boner of the Day. Another way is to call 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Go online, x96.com. As soon as you get there, refresh the browser, and you should see the box that says Boner Fight July 10, 2020. Okay, you've got until the end of these messages to do so. You got to decide Boner of the Day right now, X96. Okay, it is 9:35. Time to award Boner of the Day.
And Boner of the Day is brought to you in part by this delicious salad from Diversion Eatery, a hamburger salad.
Oh, and shout out to Jennifer, who brought us our delicious burgers and salads, and thank you so much for that. And Iconoclad, a variety of washable filtered masks for adults and children. Shop online with shipping at iconoclad.com or their walk-up window, 4th East, 3rd South in Salt Lake.
Jennifer, we should point out, of Diversion Eatery, the wife and co-owner of the establishment, along with Ryan. Boner candidate number 1. This is a witch hunt, and I'm a victim. Poor Novak Djokovic. He's a victim.
No.
And then Boner candidate number 2, let's keep them driving those death traps, the postal trucks that are always catching fire, apparently, and have been for several years.
Let's say here's a texter. I'm at a traffic light with a postal service truck in front of me. I gave it some extra space.
Yeah.
They could blow at any time.
Anytime.
And the winner was Boner candidate number 2. Let's make them keep driving those death traps.
Our listeners, as well as us, fans of the Postal Service.
Yes.
I got this email.
Anyway, that's Boner of the Day for today. It now might be Boner of the Week. Dave the Flower Guy will be here in our next break to tell us who Boner of the Week is.
Got this email from Jeremy. It says, thanks for letting me listen. I would like to add my name to the list of people who like to hear Bill eat on the air. It actually makes me hungry, like watching a cooking show where they eat the final product at the end. Yum. Eat away, Bill. So he wants to add his name to the list. So far, Jeremy, you're the list.
You are the list, Jeremy, right there.
This is just for you, Jeremy.
Aren't you done with that yet? I feel like you've been eating it for a half an hour.
It's huge. And I have to take breaks and not eat when we're on the air.
Oh.
Okay, well, let me try something here.
Yeah.
Everybody go to x96.com/live and look at us on our Radio from Hell TV.
Mm-hmm.
You can see us. I'm in my basement. Gina's in her guest room. Bill's in his upstairs office. Of course, Katie is running things in the studio in Salt Lake City.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I would ask all of you to mime a telephone.
Oh, I know. I saw this.
Mime a telephone. Okay.
Now, mostly people do that Gina's doing with the thumb and the pinky finger.
It's like the Hang Loose Hawaii,
yeah.
Except you make it into a phone.
Mm-hmm.
But people of a certain age don't do the Hang Loose Hawaii with the, this is how you mime a phone now. It's just like putting the palm of your hand up against your cheek.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you mime being on the
phone.
phone.
Or would it be like this, like with your thumb and your forefinger?
No, but what Carrie's telling you is that's what people are doing.
This is how you mime.
They're not suggesting how you do it.
No.
They're saying this is what people are doing.
This is what it's becoming.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because kids never held a phone like
they never held a phone
sign.
like that. Yeah. I still think that's the best mime for a phone, but that's just me, because this could be, oh, I have a toothache, or oh, I'm so tired, or oh my, it's half of Home Alone. I didn't do the full Home Alone. See, it's too open to interpretation for me. I don't know.
The other thing is, they don't talk on the phone. I get in the car with my daughter yesterday.
Yeah.
And I said, have you asked your friend about X? And she said, no. And I said, well, ask her now. And she said, well, I'm all out of data on my phone. She's holding her phone in her hand. I'm all out of data. I said, well, calling doesn't use data. Just call her and ask her.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, they don't ever call and talk on the phone. She wouldn't do it. She's like, I'll just wait till we get home. I'm like, you can call her right now and say hi and ask her this question I need you to ask her, because you have to wait till you have data.
Here's the deal. I don't like it when people do the hang loose thing. I don't like it when they do that either. What's the point? Why don't you just say, I'll call you, or I was on the phone the other day? Why do you have to go, I'll call you?
you might be separated by a pane of glass that is soundproof.
Okay, that's one instance.
Or I'm in my car and you're in your car.
That's one instance. Okay, that I'll grant you that.
Anywhere where it's just visual with no sound, like on a runway where the jets are, you know,
How about
and you
text
want
me?
to, you know,
you could do this. You say
you could do text me, yeah.
No, or you're acting something out, like you're telling a story, and you go, "So I picked up the phone, and I goes,
no, that doesn't. I don't care for that at all.
And then he goes,
and then there was this record scratch.
What?
And then I dialed him up, and I listened to the, we still use these. The record scratch has to go away because I just fully believe that nobody knows what that is anymore. The record scratch sound effect.
I used to think that, but vinyl is actually really quite making a comeback. It's actually becoming more common than it used to be. I'm really surprised, and even younger people that I know, they're fascinated. And they want vinyl, and I said, no, I had vinyl. Trust me.
The guy who was doing my mortgage refinance with Ran Life has, and not just old but new, 5,000 vinyl albums. He has a special case built for them. And he said, "Yeah, I've just always preferred vinyl. I have 5,000 records. That's a lot of records."
And every time I think about breaking out my turntable and starting up with vinyl again, because I'll go over to our friend Ange, her place. I haven't been there in a while, but she's got this great setup with vinyl and a turntable, the whole thing. It sounds terrific. And I've taken my records over to her so that she can use them because I don't have a turntable set up. And I'm like, I don't think they'll sound very good, especially like, Dark Side of the Moon there. I really wore it out. But she put it on, and it sounded terrific.
So why won't you get you have a turntable in a box somewhere?
I've got, and a tuner and everything. I've got it all set up there. It just takes up so much room. Where with the sound I have now, it's this and a portable speaker,
Yeah, or headphones.
And it doesn't scratch. So
sounds fine to me.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
And unfortunately, more people are asking to be put on the list of enjoying Bill eating on the air.
Oh, it'll reach a comfortable 6 people here in just a few moments. Yeah.
I'm going to have just another bite of this delicious salad from Diversion Eatery.
Could you tell us about Salt Lake Film Society before you do that?
No, it's too late.
Oh,
I've already taken a bite, but I bet you.
Well, Benjamin and Marty and Rosemary and Jeremy all are fine with what you're about to do.
Being the radio professional I am, I still have a little bit of food in my mouth, but I can still tell you about the Salt Lake Film Society. You want to bet? Here we go.
All right.
Salt Lake Film Society, nonprofit, as you know, operators of the Broadway and the Tower Theaters. Well, they need your help. They've been offered a really great challenge grant, and it depends on the community getting together and showing financial support. If local Salt Lake Film Society fans can contribute a total of $200,000, that will be matched with an additional $200,000, fortifying the Salt Lake Film Society's total of $400,000. Give today at slfs.org. That's Salt Lake Film Society, slfs.org. Also, watch a movie at the new slfsathome.org site, and you can contribute there. You can so they'll charge you for the movie, and you can just add on a donation. If you want to help out, go to slfs.org.
on the Channel 2 News at 10, it's
Rod Decker, Undercover.
what goes on behind the counter of your favorite burger joint. Are you getting more than you bargained for when you order it to go? Should we pay fast food workers more? And just what's in those deep-fried chicken pieces everybody orders? Our undercover reporter, Rod Decker, puts on a paper hat, a uniform, and a plastic badge with the name Bob on it, and he takes his hidden camera to uncover the truth about fast food.
Okay, Bob, I'm your manager. We'll start you out on the counter and see how you do.
Very good, sir. Hello, may I take your order?
Yes. I'll have a big burger, a 6-piece chicken thing, and a large root beer.
Would you like fries with that?
No. If I had wanted fries, I would have asked for fries.
So what you're telling me is that you don't want fries with your order.
That is what I said, isn't it?
Bob, you're slowing us down here. The customers are backing up. Let's move you over to fries for a bit. You work out there. We might be able to promote you to grill. You screw up, buddy, you're out of here.
Okay, then.
Oh, hey, Bob, I'm Ted. Welcome to Fries. Pay no attention to the assistant manager. One community college management course, and he thinks he's Ray Kroc.
I see. So what's your story?
I just need some spare cash. I don't see myself cleaning out the shake machine 10 years from now. Hey, Bob, Bill's brother here is smuggling a keg back from Evanston. Big beer bash tonight. You want to come?
So what you're saying is that there will be an illegal supply of alcoholic beverages available tonight.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. You're Rod Decker, the Channel 2 news guy. Hey, everybody, it's Rod Decker.
I'm afraid you're mistaken. My name is Bob. I'm just an everyday high school student trying to get by on minimum wage.
Hey, you are Rod Decker. Give me that paper hat. Did anyone tell him what's in the deep-fried chicken pieces?
No.
Good. Now back to work, all of you.
There you have it. Fast food workers seem to be highly trained professionals. The weak links, like me, get weeded out in a hurry due to first-rate management techniques. As for minimum wage, it seems to be enough for these kids to have beer money. And the deep-fried chicken pieces are still a mystery to me. This is Rod Decker, Undercover, KUTV News.
Okay, it's 9:49, and should we do Boner of the Week?
It's brought to you by the Scott Hale, so we should probably do it.
Mm-hmm.
During the month of July, Scott Hale's offering a $29 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
This is the day when Dave Madsen, the flower guy, comes into the studio. Well, he used to come into the studio. Now on phone, and he selects the Boner of the Week. Ahoy, hoy, Dave. Dave? Oh, Dave.
I'm here.
There he is.
Oh.
Okay. Hi, Dave.
Hi, Dave. How are you?
Hello. Fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, because I thought maybe you were falling off a cliff. Or
No.
something. No? You're not drowning, are you?
No.
You're,
No.
You're not being chased by any sort of wild animal?
No.
Okay, just checking. Are you ready to pick Boner of the Week?
Yes.
Okay. Dave has... I saw Dave around town last week selling flowers, and if you see him around, he's usually got flowers with him, please approach and buy flowers from Dave. So, Dave, here we go. We're going to go through the boner candidates for the week. You tell us which one is the worst. Number 1 from Monday. Because using your words is too hard. Ogden Police Department looking for whoever has been vandalizing American flags on people's porches in Ogden, setting them afire, as a matter of fact. I suspect it was George Soros was in Ogden for a day and decided, I need something to do. I'm going to go burn some flags. Boner candidate number 2, hey, Tucker, walk a mile in my legs. Tucker Carlson criticizing Tammy Duckworth, Senator Duckworth, as being unpatriotic. Tammy Duckworth being the ex-soldier who lost her legs in a helicopter accident. The helicopter was attacked in Afghanistan. She was the pilot. She was lucky to be alive. She has 2 prosthetic legs. Now she's come home. She came home to the United States and ran for Senate and won. Tucker Carlson thinks she's not patriotic. Boner candidate number 3 from Wednesday. Shooting up the place is fun. Growing concerns from residents living around the Bountiful Bee about target shooting in the area. People shooting guns on a trail that families are hiking on, and there are houses in the area. But people think they should use it as a target place, shooting place. Boner candidate number 4 from Thursday. Well, sure, he's a racist, but he's our racist. The police chief in Price. It was well known, or at least it was known, that he had posted racist messages on Facebook some years ago. But they promoted him to be chief of police anyway. And boner candidate number 5 from today. Let's keep him driving those death traps. Dave, which one's the worst?
Number 2.
Number 2. Which is, hey, Tucker, walk a mile in my legs.
Good choice there, Dave. Good choice.
Yeah.
All right, so. Dave, everything's good with you and your family?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Bye, Dave.
Bye.
Gina, is it you that likes the cookie butter at Trader Joe's?
Yeah.
Who doesn't like it?
I don't think I've had it.
I mean, Biscoff is the premier brand.
Okay, because I've had that Specialus, but this is their version of it.
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
Well, they have candy and cookies with it, like as a filling.
Well, now they're taking the wonderful flavor of cookie butter and turning it into a beer. Don't worry, we won't get it here.
No, I guess not.
Well,
but
I don't want it.
I don't know how that would. No. I would try it. I'd try it.
Well, sure, I'd give it a try. But you don't want sweet beer, cookie butter beer. That just doesn't.
But I mean, there's some beers that have a fruit
I don't care
flavor to them that are kind of sweet and that are good. So if it was just a hint of it.
Yeah, and I don't care for those, raspberry. They have raspberry and apricot.
Because that flavor is kind of spicy. It's not just sweet. It's got a spice to it. It's not just straight ahead sugary sweet.
I'm not remembering that, but you may. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't remember that it seems that way. It just always seems too sweet.
Cookie butter beer, based on its popular namesake, and a drink took 18 attempts to get the signature Trader Joe's taste just right.
The signature Trader Joe's taste. What is that? Their version of the cookie butter.
While a boozy cookie butter beer is probably the standout, it's not the only option. Other elements of the dessert beer rollout will include coffee peanut butter cup porter, in time for Halloween.
Yeah.
Let's see. Plus 2 holiday-oriented offerings. Ginger beard spiced stout and toasty cookie spice cider.
See, that sounds good to me.
So it'll be sometime in September is when all that stuff will start rolling out.
That might be good warm. Just slightly warm, the cider. I don't know.
Okay.
I want to mention again that you can vote on Salt Lake City's new flag. There are 8 designs, the finalists. If you go to slc.gov/flag, you have a say in what Salt Lake's flag is going to look like. There's a little survey, and it's not just voting on your favorite one. It's asking you about each of them to rank them where they are and the colors and design and things. So go look at that today. slc.gov/flag.
I think it's always great when you ask the public's input on those kinds of things. My favorite design, by the way, is the one that says on it, Flaggy McFlag. I really like that one.
Flaggy McFlag face?
Yeah, that's the one I like the best. Flaggy McFlag face. It's just
I'll
right.
be
It just
honest.
is down the corner.
I'll be honest with them. All 8 of them I'm not crazy about. But if
I
I'm
like the bee.
If
I'm
picking,
going bee.
I'll go with the bee or the honeycomb one.
Yeah.
Only because it looks like a sci-fi villain's flag that he would fly at his headquarters.
Yeah. Dr. Hexagon.
Dr. Hexagon here, yes.
I'm Dr. Hexagon, evil scientist. My lab is in the center of this mountain.
And people keep making the same joke. Is there a flag representing the smog? No.
Well, actually, one of them has a kind of an orange, burnt orange sky, and you could interpret that as fog or smog. I mean, haze.
Our high pressure system.
So I guess then will there be words going on that flag?
I don't know.
Or is it just going to be like that?
Why do you need words?
I think it's just going to be that.
It's not going to say Salt Lake City on it anywhere?
No. Look at
No, Bill, because the bold white stripe and then the bold blue stripe clearly says Salt Lake City.
Yeah.
You don't need to have words to
No, I mean
ruin
it's like the Stars and Stripes, the American flag, and somewhere on it says "Made in China."
Yeah.
So
All right. I think we're good. Are we good?
I'm done.
Okay.
I gotta go digest my burger. I'm not eating the rest of the day, by the way.
Fine job, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Dirty Manson feet.
Corey is next.